Hey everybody, how's it going? It's Annette the Peacemaker coming to you live at the Yang Gang Report on Facebook and also on my YouTube channel called Annette the Peacemaker. So anyway, before I go into the news and stuff, I have to tell you guys about my day and how completely messed up our healthcare system is based on my own personal experience. And this is why I no longer support Medicare for all. I know that's really, really going out there, but I don't support Medicare for all anymore. And this is why. So if you know me, then you know that I'm a stage 4 terminal bladder cancer survivor. I had to have my entire cancerous bladder removed, and now I pee into a bag that I adhere over the top of a hole about like yay big in my belly. It's right here. And so the bag, I happen to have one sitting right here. The bag looks like this, okay? So see this hole right here? This hole, this little ring attaches to a big square adhesive that's about the size of my hand, all spread out. It'd be like a big square, right? With a plastic ring in the middle. So I adhere that to my belly, and then this snaps on top of that. And I have to empty my bag out about every hour, 2 hours. It kind of, varies. Okay. There is not a single second of any day for the rest of my life that I can go without these bags. Okay. I will have to wear them until I die. And then, okay. So the last medical supply company I was going to cut me off because I had accumulated a big bill with them. Like, to me, it was an astronomical sized bill, but nobody told me that I was accumulating these bills. Like, nobody told me. When I lived in Montana, all I had Medicare and Medicaid, like the state Medicaid, plus Humana. Okay. I had all of those things. And my blood thinning medicine was 100% covered. All of my ostomy supplies were 100% covered. I was 100% covered across the board, yo. Okay, it was great. So then we moved to Arizona, rather. And I know that I lost. So the Medicaid obviously didn't transfer because Medicaid is a state program and Medicare is a federal program. So when I transferred over, my Medicare and Humana transferred, but I still thought that I was covered by Medicare. Okay, y'all. So I didn't know that I was being charged for my ostomy supplies that I had been getting free for years prior. And then all of a sudden they say, well, we can't give you any more products because you owe us this money. So until you pay this bill, you get nothing. Well, I can't have nothing. Nothing is not an option. So my husband, Ray, got on the Amazon and Etsy. Both. He got a few things from Etsy, a few things from Amazon. He was able to find my products because the numbers, here's the box here's one of the boxes they come in. So the number for the product is right here. So you can just look up Convatec number, blah, blah, blah. And then this box of product will show up. And I have 5 products to use just to change out my bag. So I've got a box of these little wipes This little box of wipes goes for like somewhere between $50 and $80 a box. And I use 2 wipes every time we change my bag out. This one is Unisol that dissolves the adhesive. Okay, the second one we use is it's same company. It's called Skin Prep, and this you mix with this powder. This is called Stomadhesive. So you mix the powder with the liquid that's in these Skin Prep wipes. These 2 things combined create a sticky, kind of gluey adhesive, like an epoxy kind of, you mix the powder and the liquid and it makes something new. Okay. So chemistry, science, yay. Okay. So that's what happens. And then you take the little, the square adhesive thing. I would show you, but I am out of them. Okay. I don't have any. This is a problem. Okay, so then you adhere I call it the stickum square. So you put the stickum square on, and then you snap the little plastic bag on top of that. Altogether, it's like a 13-step process from start to finish. And then, okay, so I have to have every single part in this process. You can't do without any of them. And so roughly a month ago, Ray said, hey, we only have about a month's supply left, so we're going to need to, and Amazon jacked up the prices, so now all of a sudden we can't afford that off of Amazon. So I said, okay, well, I have insurance. Let's see if my insurance company will actually be worth a shit. No, it's not. It's not. So I go to the doctor. I say, first I called my insurance company, Humana, and said, I need to find a new medical supply company. And instead of like helping me, she did help me a little. She gave me a list of like 10 medical supply companies that I then had to call myself. So I called the first one, and yes, they have my products, but no, my insurance doesn't cover my products. No suggestions for any alternatives or anything like that. Just no. No. Okay, great. So then I called the second one, and I do believe it may have been a similar situation. So then on the third try of medical supply companies, they say, yes, we do take Humana insurance. Yes, we do carry the Convatec products. We have everything that you use. And I'm like, well, that is fantastic. Great. What do I need to do? Well, they needed a prescription. So I made a trip into the doctor. I made an appointment, had to wait for the appointment. And then I go into the doctor's office and I bring all of my supplies with me. And I give the doctor the list of products that I need on my prescription. She then copies it onto a prescription list, and I say, hey, I'm really running low on these things. Like, we really need to expedite this. We got to get going. And she's, oh, yeah. It's great. I'm like, okay, great. So far, I have not had any issues with this doctor. Actually, she's like a nurse practitioner, but we all just call her doctor. But I don't think she's a real doctor. And so I'm not going to say her name because she's been good to me up to this point. But this appointment that I'm talking about right now is going to be the last time I see her. I won't be going back again. Okay. So I'm thinking, okay, great. She has sent the prescription into the medical supply company. I should be expecting my products between I think they said like 5 to 7 days. And I'm like, okay, great. I still have a couple weeks worth of supplies left. Okay, so that appointment was before I got the COVID positive diagnosis. All right. So, and that was on December 18th. Okay, we're coming on a full month now. I was in that doctor's office before December 18th, before I had COVID, at least a full week beforehand. So I go home, I quarantine for COVID for 2 full weeks, still no products come. And like one bag setup lasts me about 3 or 4 days. On about the 4th day, we've got to change it out because the adhesive gets weak, and then my pee starts leaking through it. It like comes out the sides of where the adhesive lifts up, right? And then I just pee all over myself. I can't control the pee. I can't feel the pee. It's just always there, and I can't stop it. There's nothing I can do to stop it. All I can do is catch it in this nice little plastic bag that I stick on with glue. So all this time has passed, right? I was in quarantine until New Year's Eve, I believe. I came out on New Year's Eve night. And here we are on January 11th of the next year. We are now into the new year, and I still haven't received my products. So I called the supply company today, and I was like, hey, I was really nice at first. Hi, I'm just checking on the status of my order. I expected that to be here by now, and I'm on my last set of ostomy supplies. Like, I really desperately need my supplies. And she's like, oh no, we haven't even sent it yet. And then boom, that was it. I blew the fuck up, you guys. I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, we're waiting for the doctor's office to sign off. They have to send us some office notes. Okay, wait, I skipped a whole part. Okay, so a couple days ago, I had to go to the dentist office, and that's a whole nother story of ineptitude and miscommunication in and of itself. And I'm not going to go into that one. My dentist appointment sucked because my insurance sucks. Okay, so I didn't even get to go to the dentist today because my insurance sucked. But previously, before that day, before I drove to the dentist appointment, I was on the line with the medical supply company, and they're like, yes, we had to send an approval. Your doctor has to sign an approval for your order. And I'm like, why? And well, because insurance requires it. And I'm like, but she already sent you the prescription. And then I had to call in and confirm all of the numbers that she wrote on the prescription. I didn't even need the doctor. I could have just called the medical supply company myself and say, hey, send me this shit. This is what I've been using for the last 4 years. Please send me my products. No. Had to go to this goddamn doctor who didn't do a goddamn thing for me. So I called then. So they said, yes, we're waiting for this authorization. And so then I said, okay, I'm hanging up with you. And I call the doctor. And the gal at the front desk, she is a very nice lady. All of the people that I have dealt with on the phone have been very nice people. And I have to tell you that as a disclaimer, I apologize to every single one of them because I'm about to unload on you. And I know that it is not your fault as an individual, but somebody's going to need to hear it. And you're the one that picked up. So here we go. So I say to the receptionist or whatever, what's the deal about this authorization? And she's like, I have no idea what you're even talking about. And I'm like, what? So she had no clue what I was talking about. And she said, Dr. So-and-so everybody calls the doctor by her first name. I am not going to use that first name because I just don't want to. Okay. So we're just going to stick with it. So the doctor is in with a patient right now, and I will have her look at it as soon as she comes out. And I'm like, okay. Then I go into the dentist appointment. That was a shit show. I'm coming out of the dentist office in tears, frustrated as all get out. My phone rings. I want $1,000 a month, $1,000 a month. And that is my ringtone. Let's get this bread. Okay, my phone rings. I pick it up. It's the doctor's office. Okay, we sent in your authorization thingy. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. When? Oh, today. And I'm like, what? Today? Just now? Today? And she's like, well, yeah. And I said, how long was it sitting there? She's like, well, I guess I'm not really sure, and I'll tell you something about me, people. When I am on fire like that, somebody that is like meek and mousy and just sort of mamby-pamby and kind of stammering like that infuriates me. Oh my God. It is so infuriating to me. So she's just like, well, I just don't know what it was. I don't know. And I'm like, listen, y'all dropped the ball here, okay? I need my goddamn products and I need them right now. You need to send that shit in and make sure that it is taken care of. I'm like, my life depends on this stuff. You don't just get to sit around twiddling your damn thumbs while I'm sitting here waiting for weeks on end for products that I need every day, every second for the rest of my life. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, we're really sorry. We sent it in and they should be sending your order right away, And I'm like, okay. So then I had to drive home because I can't drive at night because I think I might have cataracts. But guess what? I can't afford to go to the eye doctor because my insurance doesn't cover a full visit to the eye doctor. So I can't even go test what's going on with my eye. And I have a blood clot right up above my eye that at one point when the blood clot first arrived, okay, I have to calm down, you guys. When the blood clot first arrived in my head and landed above my right eye, it put pressure on my optic nerve and it made me go spontaneously and temporarily blind, intermittently, okay? So when I wasn't blind, my eyes were like crossed. So like, so let's say a car was coming at me. It would look like two cars were coming at me like crisscrossed like that. There were two cars in my vision, even though there was only one car right directly in front of me. So I couldn't drive. My mom took me everywhere. I had to hold on to the cart when I was in the grocery store because I would run into shit. I couldn't steer the cart myself because it was like this and like one aisle became two aisles crisscrossed against each other. It was the most trippiest trip I've ever been on. And then, okay. So the blood clot's still over here on my right eye. It ended up moving a little bit more, which took the pressure off my optic nerve. And then now it has landed. I can't feel it. It doesn't cause any pain. There's no like serious issues with the blood clot, except that it's there. And if it did decide to move, or like if I like jiggled my head around too much, like maybe if I went like four-wheeling on a really bumpy road, or maybe if I got in like a motorcycle accident and I like bonked my head or whatever, then it could dislodge it and then it would move around the other side and come down along here, come down this, like there's like a conduit right here, and then it would come down here and it would go into my heart and give me a heart attack, or it could go into my lung and collapse my lung, and then I die. What it cannot do is go inside my skull because it's on the outside of my skull. And so it won't go into my brain and give me an aneurysm. Okay. So it's just sort of hanging out there, just threatening my life on, so I just have to be careful. This is why I sit at my desk in front of my computer all day, because I can't go skydiving or four-wheeling or motorcycle riding or like kickboxing or anything like that. I just have to sit here and be fragile. Okay. Now, going back to the ostomy supplies. So all these days pass since the dentist appointment. And I think that was like last week or something. So at least a full week has passed now. And still no supplies. So I call them again today, the medical supply company. And I'm like, checking on my products. What's the status? Thank you very much, Elizabeth, Missy Martin Norris. So what's the status of my products? And they're like, oh, no, now we're waiting for the office notes. And I'm like, what do you mean? I said, they already sent you the authorization thingamabobber that they sat on for a week. What are you talking about? That was like 2 weeks ago. And she's like, well, we're just waiting on them, And now this gal's name was Danielle. And she is just like this mystery gal that works in a very large company. So I can use her name, it's fine, because she was fantastic. So I'm like, listen, somebody needs to be held accountable for this. I am in an emergent situation. My emergent situation is that the adhesive on my very last bag has dissolved, and I am sitting here with about 3 or 4 giant towels stuffed into my pants to soak up the urine that I cannot stop from flowing from my body. And the bag that is attached to it is no longer adhered to my skin anymore. I have no other recourse right now but to just keep stuffing towels into my pants and into my underwear and changing them out as they soak through. I will have to do this for as long as it takes for somebody to get their shit together and send my products to me. I was on the phone from 9:30 in the morning to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon with both the medical supply company and Humana. And the office notes, you guys, here's the office notes. Well, we need the doctor to confirm that you have the diagnosis that requires you to have this prescription. And I'm like, who requires that? The insurance company. I'm like, so the doctor writing the original prescription for my supplies, that doesn't count as confirmation that I need the products? Well, I mean, it does, but, and I'm like, okay. And so then when the doctor authorized that second step, after she sent in the prescription, then we had to wait a whole nother week for her to authorize and okay the order. Is that correct? She's like, yep, that's correct. And I said, okay. And now 2 weeks later, you're telling me that we're waiting on confirmation that I need these products? Are you kidding me right now? Are you freaking kidding me? And she's like, yep. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Is there like some sort of like underground ostomy supply ring that I don't know about? Are people like ordering like massive amounts of ostomy supplies and like selling them on the black market? What the fuck? Who's gonna benefit from ostomy supplies that catch piss? And meanwhile, I am sitting here covered in my own urine, and I cannot do anything about it, and you people are waiting for a goddamn signature? What? I'm like, I've been waiting for a month. You guys, I lost my mind on these people. I did. I lost my mind on the Humana people and the medical supply people. And the only reason I haven't unloaded on my doctor's office, who's really going to get it, because ultimately they are the ones that dropped the ball twice, if not 3 times. Oh my God, they were closed today. So they're like, we keep sending emails to the doctor's office. And I'm like, they're closed. I already called them first, for Christ's sakes. They're like, oh, well, they might open up like later today or something. I'm like, no, they're closed. Duh! So they hand me over to a specialist at the medical supply company. Her name is Lacey. She is fantastic. I'm giving Lacey giant props right now because A, she listened to me rant and rave and scream and cry. She let me do it. She heard me. And she's like, I cannot possibly imagine the amount of frustration and anger that you have right now. There's no way I could possibly understand. However, I hear you, and this is what I have done, okay? She's like, I'm really trying hard. And I said, okay, what have you done? So she said, I contacted some other ostomy supply companies to send you samples. And I expressed the urgency of it, and hopefully they will send you some samples like overnight. Like that still means that I'm gonna like I'm gonna have to sleep in a puddle of my own piss. I'm gonna have to, my clothes will be soaked in the morning. I will be covered in my own urine. My bed, my mattress, everything will be covered in my own urine tomorrow morning when I wake up. I already know that's what's going to happen. And so she says she's going to see, you guys can see that I'm having a really hard time with that, because can you imagine the loss of dignity and like how filthy I feel. Like I can feel the urine dripping out on my skin right now, and that towel is there soaking it up. I can feel it. I can feel it dripping on me right now this second. It's dripping on me. There's nothing I can do about it beyond this towel. And so I told these people, so she's going to try to send me some samples, but the first one she said was a brand called Hollister. Hollister is probably like the #1 brand for ostomy supplies. I'm guessing, because that was the when they first removed my bladder and taught me how to do the bag stuff and put the bags on, whatever. We used this Hollister brand. And then but I must have had like an allergic reaction or whatever to the Hollister brand. So because it made my whole skin around the little hole is called a stoma. So it made all the flesh all the way around my stoma like break out in like this horrible rash that resulted in like open sores. So I had to put adhesive on top of open sores. And then when you take it off, it is very much like ripping off a Band-Aid. It does hurt like that, only it's a big giant, like this big of a Band-Aid. It's like one big giant Band-Aid, and you got to rip that shit off, and it hurts. And that's what the first product, this Unisolve, if you don't have this, then ripping it off is very much like ripping off a giant Band-Aid. But this stuff dissolves the adhesive. So if I don't have this and I have to rip it off, then it hurts. But it still hurts a little bit, I'm not going to lie. But it would hurt worse without this. Okay. I forgot where I was. Okay, so she's like, so I'm going to have him send you Hollister. And she told me a second brand name, but I didn't hear that because all I heard was Hollister. And I'm like, no. And I literally, you guys, I was standing right in my office door frame right here. And I was banging my head on the door frame. I'm like, no. And I said, I'm allergic to that. Like, oh my God. I'm like, I really appreciate you going out of your way to get the samples. That's really great. But I mean, I'm not really looking forward to the open lesions on my flesh that the Hollister will give me. And she's like, oh, well, then what about this other brand? So there was a second brand. I just didn't hear it because Hollister was right in my face. And so she said she had this other brand and that they were very, very comparable to the Convatec. And I said, okay, like I'll try it because I don't really have a choice. Do I? I don't really. So I'm going to take whatever you give me. Even if it was just the Hollister, I would have no choice but to get the skin lesions and have the allergic reaction because that's the only option I have. I either soak myself in urine or I take the skin lesions. These are my options. So she said she was going to cancel the Hollister order. She's going to try to get this other company to overnight express the samples. I'm not really having high hopes on that because this is big pharma we're talking about. You think they're really going to bend over backwards to give something away for free? I don't think so. I seriously don't think so. There is no way in hell that shit's going to arrive tomorrow. So here I am. I am stuck in this horrible situation. My insurance company failed. Oh, wait, one last thing. Then she says, well, Humana doesn't cover the Convatec products. So chances are you're going to have to go with this. They're called like Safety Tech or something, some fucking name. And so and I also found a company that we work with that carries the Convatec products. So like I could transfer you from our company to this other company, but Humana doesn't cover the products that you ordered. They don't even cover what was prescribed. So all of this, and the products that I am screaming and begging for are not even covered by my insurance. Oh my God. And then that's when she said that, well, there's this other company and they carry it and the blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, will Humana cover it at this other company? And she says, to the best of my knowledge, yes. And I'm like, great. What's the name of the company? She says, Edge Park. And I'm like, no. And she's like, what? And I said, that's the original company that cut me off after they let my bill get so big that I couldn't afford to pay it. Like, it has come full circle. Oh my God. And so now I'm right back to my starting point from a company that booted me after creating a problem that I couldn't solve. And on top of all of this, you guys, on top of all of this, I still have to pay for it. I have to pay for this abuse of power. I'm going to have to give them my money after I have suffered like this, after I pissing on myself for fuck's sake, and I have to pay them for this experience. I have to give them my money. Oh my God, you have no idea how much that infuriates me. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So, and on top of that too, nobody has given me a price. No one has told me how much any of these products are going to cost me. So I can't budget for it. It could be $400. It could be $200. It could be $50. I have no freaking idea. We are on I'm on SSDI. I'm on a fixed low income. And nobody has bothered to tell me how much I have to pay for them to bend me over like they are. And so that is my day. And then on top of that, there's more. Oh, wait, there's more, because our healthcare system is just so wonderful. Okay, so my blood thinner pills that I was telling you about, and they jacked up the price from $4 to $95 for the Pradaxa that I used to take for the blood clot in my head. That's the reason I was talking about the blood clot, because there's this part too. Okay, so when they jacked it up to $95, they price gouged me out of being able to afford the medicine, so I don't die from the blood clot floating around in my damn head. And I did say this to the Humana lady today. I said, you did that. Humana did that. No one else did that. Humana put me in a position where I have to make a life or death decision between paying my electric bill so I don't freeze to death, or buying my medicine so I don't die. Either way, I'm looking at the possibility that I could die. So which death decision should I choose? Which form of death is better? Freezing to death or having a fucking heart attack from a blood clot because y'all priced me out, price gouged me out, and I can't afford it. So they end up switching me from the Pradaxa, which I preferred because there are zero side effects, and my oncologist back in Montana is a goddamn genius, and he's the one that chose the Pradaxa, and I trust him more than any other medical professional in the entire world. So this guy says I need Pradaxa. God damn it, I better get some damn Pradaxa. But no, they gave me some other stupid blood thinner that's only $75 a bottle now instead of $95. Oh, whoop-dee-dee. I used to pay $4 goddamn dollars, and now they want me to pay $75. And I'm like, well, that's still too expensive. Well, if you order it in like 3 months like a 3-month supply, then you get like a little bit of a discount. So right now, I have not been taking my blood thinner for about a week. I have one pill left in here. I had about like 5 left. And then I would just take them like every couple days, like space out the blood thinner I would take 1 every 2 days. I'm supposed to take 2 a day every day, like forever. But no. So now I've got this second choice, second rate the medicine that I don't even trust because I just don't, because Dr. Archie didn't prescribe it to me. These other people gave me this like shoddy replacement. It just pisses me right off. And then there's like no natural alternatives that I'm aware of for blood thinners. It's not like I can like take a supplement for it that I can get at the health food store or whatever. There's just not an option, that I'm aware of. And it's such a dangerous thing that do I dare stop taking the blood thinner altogether and attempt to treat myself with like some sort of natural alternative? Or what do I do, you guys? Like, I don't know what to do. So now the medicine, the Eliquis, is sitting in the Walgreens pharmacy. It is $126 for a 3-month supply. We have $40 in our checking account. And I'm like, and then the text they send me says that Walgreens says, we'll keep it for 5 days and then we're going to send it back and you'll have to order it again. And I've already been like weeks without it. And so I don't get my disability check until next Wednesday, not this coming up Wednesday, the following Wednesday, like the 16th or something. So, by the time my paycheck comes, the 5 days will be up and I'm going to have to reorder the medicine and wait for them to fill it, which will drag out my time of not being medicated even longer. And this, you guys, is why I am no longer a fan of Medicare for all. I am a fan of universal health care, such as like Australia has, for example. My ex-brother-in-law is married to an Australian woman, and they had both of their sons in Australia. And she was telling me about her experience in the hospital, her birthing experience in the hospital in Australia, when I was comparing my birthing experience in the hospital in the United States. Vastly, vastly different. My goodness. So they're in this hospital, and apparently it's just this beautiful building, and they've got like buffets, and like the patients get to go and like pick their own food and stuff, like if she could walk over to the buffet, she can get the buffet, she can eat all this fruit and oh, Jacqueline is giving me some stuff for natural blood thinners. Okay, I'll put that up after I'm done talking about this part. Okay, so they have all these like great fruits and everything's great. She got to stay for a whole week in the hospital. I think I stayed in there for less than 48 hours. I don't think I had 48 hours in the hospital both times that I had my kids. Both times that I had my kids, I had both of my children uninsured. I had no insurance for my children when I had both of them. So I paid off my kids' birth like paying off a car or paying off a house or something. And then they had like an indoor swimming pool and a gym and stuff that was open to the patients, or like the patient's visitors, or like the doctors. Everybody just got to use this like big, beautiful swimming pool. And I saw the pictures, and it's like this big indoor, like in a glass, this big glass, what do you call them? You know what I'm talking about, you guys? I'm so flustered, I can't think. Like a solarium, right? It's like one of those big, giant glass kind of warehouses with this gargantuan, like Olympic-sized pool in there that everybody that comes and hangs out at the hospital can just use whenever. My God. Like, so Medicare and Humana are just shit. Our healthcare system is complete shit. It is so shitty. And you know what? All of my old medical debt and stuff, I ain't paying that. I don't care. I'll take that debt to my grave. I don't care. You know, like, I just don't. I'm not paying it. I already have shitty credit. I'm already living in poverty. What are they going to do to me? Give me a bad credit report? We already own our home. We own this home outright. I don't care. Like, they can fuck off. All right. So that is the end of my story. At this time, I would love to open it up if anybody would like to join me on the screen, because now I'm going to shift gears and we're going to go look at some Yang Gang news and do a news cruise. So if anybody's in the mood, let me know. I gotta light this cigarette. Don't judge me. Oh my God. All right, share screen. All right. Well, I never really look at Facebook too very much because all the political stuff is happening on Twitter. But okay. So, like, the big thing, let's go to Andrew Yang. Okay, so Yang is getting some grief on the Twitters today. Okay, Jacqueline, my beautiful friend. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you. Hold on, I am sending it in the private messages. Oh, now everything's going to go really slow just to be a pain in my butt. Here we go. Paste. Go. All right, my dear. There you are. Oops. Hello, my darling.
Hi. I have a bad hair day, so I had to fix it.
Oh, yeah, I haven't even brushed my hair today. I took it out of the hair tie. That was my big move. All right. So before we do this, I'm sure you've got some comments you'd like to add to my medical fiasco.
Bad hair day, so I had to fix it.
Oh, yeah, I haven't even brushed.
All right, what's going on here?
I don't know. There's some kind of weird echo. That doesn't sound quite right. So before. And I can't put my headphones in because then nobody else can hear. So as soon as
I'm not technically skilled, so I mean I am, but
well,
I'm
maybe
not, you know.
well now I can hear you okay. I can hear you okay right now.
When it comes to sound engineering shit, that's like way out of my league, way above
Oh
my
hell
grade.
no, yeah, no, me neither. You should have seen our thing with Quintus and Ariel the other night, and we got really creative, and Quintus called me on my telephone, from his telephone to my telephone, and then I hung my phone on my microphone right here, so then the audience could hear Quintus through my phone, and we had the conversation that way. All right, so let's look what's going on with Yang. Okay. All right, so right now, oh, he's getting really close to 2 million followers, you guys. He's at 1,919,390. And that's at least 2,000 more than he had last night. So he's gotten a couple thousand more since yesterday. And so somebody wrote a hit piece on him.
On him? Wait a minute.
Oh, yes.
On him?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
dude.
Not on any of the not on any of the people that launched a fucking armed insurrection on the Capitol. Not on any of the people who did that shit. And okay, but the guy who wants to give everybody a little, enough of a basic income to lift them out of poverty. Okay, who actually cared about solving problems. They picked him. They picked on him. They seriously fucking picked
on Andrew Yang. Okay, let's look at this. An official website of the United States government. Donald J. Trump's term ended today.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me about that. I haven't seen that yet. This is news to me.
Second impeachment. And this is why it matters. With what went down at the Capitol that resulted in deaths, and you know what? I'm no fan of a lot of these politicians because the whole lot of them have done fuck all for the poor since forever. But you know what? I wouldn't wish anybody to fucking die or be kidnapped or be terrorized by an armed mob. I'm sorry. I'll bitch you out. I'll tell you to go fuck yourself. But I would never think about taking somebody hostage or terrorizing them or all this other. I mean, these guys, they stormed the Capitol and they shit in the building. They shit.
They shit in the building.
They shit.
And they want us to, like, understand them or try to see their point of view. They shit.
They beat
like
a Capitol. They beat one of the cops, the Capitol Police, who was guarding the building, right? Who wasn't in riot gear, beat him to death with a fire extinguisher. It wasn't an accidental catching a bullet. It was in your face, personal, being bludgeoned. But blue lives matter, right? But blue lives matter right here. I'm not buying it. Not buying it. I'm going to tell you something. This is why the president had to be impeached. Because he did incite and induce sedition. He did do all these things. Oddly, often to music by the Village People, which that trips me the fuck out. When I go back through the video feeds and I'm looking at coverages of his campaign events and he's trying to dance to the Village People, to YMCA and to Macho Man, which was playing as Rudy Giuliani. I mean, Oh my God. Friend Angelo sent me that one. It's like macho, macho. I was 11 years old when that song came out, and I'm sorry, I thought it was kind of dumb then, but you know what? Anyway, here's why they have to go through with this impeachment. Okay, the guy's unhinged, and
Okay.
he
I'm gonna.
and he did not act alone. He did not act alone. He and others in the Republican Party spent months stoking, whipping up a frenzy. Now, it's no secret I lean left, and I refuse to fucking apologize for it. But if I was told every day for the past year, 6 months, that a Republican candidate running for president stole the election away from Andrew Yang, or even Bernie. Well, I'm not crazy about Bernie, but Andrew Yang. Let's say Andrew Yang. And okay. I heard this from all the news sources that I listen to, that I find credible. And they were all saying, they were all mirroring the same image and the same message. And the same message was being put out there by people in Congress that I did vote for, that I did support. You think that wouldn't whip up a fury in people that, might share the same political leanings, that might have voted for the same people as myself? I'm going to tell you what happened here was disgusting. And it's not just the president who's responsible for this. I mean, my God, the guy fucking practically gave the order to have his own vice president executed. I'm no lover of Pence. I despise the man. But you know what? One thing I would not do is murder the man. Unless it was in self-defense, like he was gonna come charging in my house and kill me. That's the only way somebody's gonna get dropped. Okay, but real, I mean, this and Pence was his most loyal supporter throughout the whole trip, throughout the whole past 4 years. Mike Pence was his wingman. And it's like, you had these guys, this crazed mob demanding, hang Pence, execute him first. And you know what? What I've been seeing on the news, it's like people are saying, well, these, this is because of like Richard Wolff, who is a Marxist economist professor from Yale University. Okay. But Richard Wolff kind of called it wrong. This was not about economics. This was not by people who had been gotten the shitty end of the stick economically in America for the past 40 years. These were attorneys, CEOs of companies, retired.
The Supreme Court Justice's wife?
Yes, Ginny Thomas, exactly. I mean, and I also found out something else. I found out that a significant number of these people, they filled up the Willard Hotel. Now, the Willard Hotel is probably the most expensive hotel in Washington, D.C. It's right across from the Capitol. That's where people who have lots of money go. The rooms start at $500 a fucking night, okay? This was not something that people, and just the cost of airfare to fly. When someone like myself and others in Yang Gang are so fucking poor, we can't even afford a shitty used car to take my happy ass across the county where I live to get my diabetic medical care that I have no access to because I can't walk to it. Okay? Right. Follow me? But It's like, these are people that could get on airplanes when most people we know are struggling. Okay? Can't afford an airplane. And they fly into DC and they're staying at the Willard Hotel. at, in rooms that start $500 a night or somewhere thereabout, like $497, $500, whatever.
Sure. It's over 500 after the hotel tax.
I mean, it's like this is who a significant chunk of that mob was. Not people who were legitimately aggrieved by economic devastation from COVID or from automation. These are people whose their mission was to burn this country's down, to just fuck democracy. They were going to tear it all down. They were going to take hostages. They were going to execute people, summarily execute people without, their thing. And they had planned this weeks in advance. And what kills me is they planned it in plain sight. They were on open source. They were on GitHub. There was a big data leak today. And it wasn't hard to get the leak, which was shared on Twitter, because these numbskulls, when they created their Parler thing, I mean, they set it up so that it's like, the most tech unsavvy grandma, grandpa could have figured out how to scrape that fucking down. Right? Okay? Oh. Right? But these are people who had money. These are people who were like off-duty cops. I mean, fire. These are people that are solidly.
One blonde. I don't know why the ladies are always blonde. They're always like bleach ass blonde. But she had
white male supremacist standard of beauty: skinny, blonde, big tits,
and big mouth.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, big mouth. Only under the right circumstances, like
yes, know your place.
Yeah, exactly. Basically. Bingo. Now these clowns. Well, they're not clowns. Who launched this? Okay, they had planned this for weeks in advance. They had plans to go in there to take members of Congress hostage and execute them. To execute Mike Pence, the vice president. Okay? And to let nobody and nothing get in their way. Even cops, even other cops. I mean, so much for Blue Lives Matter, right? So much for all lives matter, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. When I said about 6 months ago that I had doubts that things would get better, because I didn't trust what the crazed orange Oompa Loompa in the White House was going to fucking do if he would have lost the election, which he did end up losing the election. Okay.
He got impeached today. Yeah.
For the second time. For the second time.
For the second time impeached.
And here's the thing. Why this thing that he incited, and he did incite it. His speech, his rhetoric incited this.
Chewbacca bikini guy in the horns, when he got arrested, he said, "I came at the president's request."
That's correct. And there was a guy who was a CEO from Inverness, CEO of a tech company, not poor, not struggling, but, he was that motivated to come there and participate in sedition, in treason, in kidnapping and murder. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
These are not people who have suffered any kind of injustice. These are people who've had the most fucking privileges out of everybody else in this damn country. And I don't give a shit who gets their panties in a wad that I use the P word. Yes, I'm going to use it. It fits. Okay? How many of y'all listening can afford to blow $500 a night to stay at the Willard Hotel or get on a plane? Not many. I know not many of our Yang Gang peeps can. Okay. Now, here's the thing that with the other thing that I found is that several days leading up to this, okay, the president's cabinet, which would include like his, his appointees or his cabinet, okay, and the Pentagon, right? The Pentagon actually asked the Capitol Police if they needed National Guard backup. Okay, the Pentagon. The Capitol Police, whoever's in charge of them, said, no, we're cool. Several days leading up to this, the president's cabinet, who was in charge of coordinating security detail while Congress was sequestered in the building to count the fucking votes, to put this whole damn thing to bed once and for all, okay, on who won the election. And I don't know. Well, I think we do know what happened. I think the Capitol Police were told to turn down the help they were offered. They were turned down offers of help from the FBI, an offer made by the U.S. Department of Justice. They turned down an offer of help in the form of backup by the National Guard, again, made by the Pentagon. Now, on top of that, okay, if any of these people would have succeeded. Now, think about the end game here. Trump wants to stay president. Well, he wants to be dictator. If they would have succeeded in killing or even just abducting just one congressperson or the vice president, just one, that is legal grounds under Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution for the president to suspend habeas corpus. Now, let me explain what that means. That means the Constitution is suspended. Means election, say bye-bye. Doesn't matter. It also means that the president can direct the arrest and summary execution, if need be, of any person he deems or she deems as to be an enemy of the state.
Yes.
Without a trial. Without a trial.
So the new president can do that?
No.
Oh.
It has to be under very specific. The Constitution's very specific here, right? Article 1, Section 9. Now, the kind of emergency that would allow that kind of authority would be the abduction and killing of a congressperson, or a Supreme Court judge or the vice president. I mean, it's a very narrow thing. The last time that this sort of thing happened, when habeas corpus was suspended under emergency executive power, was during the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln availed himself of that. Okay? Because we were at war. I mean, we were having a civil war, except there wasn't nothing civil about the Civil War, as you know. Okay? Right?
Right.
You with me? You follow me?
Yep.
So,
yep.
All of this had an end game in mind. That would have been the proverbial Kristallnacht or Reichstag fire event to justify the suspension of the Constitution, the destruction of democracy, and Trump being able to instantaneously elevate himself from, an outgoing president to indefinite dictator of the United States. I want everybody to think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what this whole end game. That's why he egged this shit on. It's not. This guy isn't nuts. He's crazy like a fox.
Yes. Okay. So somebody the other day, I've been having some comment threads, man. Like, oh man, these people. Okay, so somebody that I am friendly with, okay, was saying in one of the comment threads that well, but he has narcissistic personality disorder and foolishness, something about foolishness and him being narcissistic. And then I said, no. You do not get to excuse his horrific, heinous, terrible behavior and all of the horrible things that he's done on his mental health. Oh, no. Hell no. He knows exactly what he is doing. Sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists, they are very calculated. They are often quite intelligent. It's not like he's,
They're not insane. What they have, they fall on the spectrum of what's called antisocial personality disorder, according to the DSM-4. Yep. That's not a mental illness. That is like a fucking threat to public health. I'm fucking sorry. Okay? I'm fucking sorry. Straight up, dog. That is what the fuck it is. And I'm going to tell you something else, right? It's not just Trump. It is all the people who supported him. It is
and still do.
It is all the people in Congress who picked up the baton and eagerly, because of their own political ambitions. And I'm talking about Josh Hawley. I'm talking about Ted Cruz. I'm talking about 138 Republicans. Lindsey Graham. I'm talking about all these guys that eagerly took their marching orders, okay, to invalidate a democratic process in this country known as a fucking election that's supposed to be free and fair. You know what they're saying about us in other countries, like Kenya, which is a country in Africa? They're saying things on Twitter like, yeah, who's the third world shithole now?
Yeah.
Who's the banana republic now? Okay? If you look...
In one of the Yang groups, this one guy said that the Democrats are going to throw Americans to the wolves. They're going to throw Americans to the wolves. And I said at the very end of my very long tirade, I said something like, how so? By giving us health care? By giving us like free or affordable education, by this, that. I listed a whole bunch of things.
Giving us a guaranteed universal basic income.
Yeah, and I said,
everybody gets. It's
yes,
not
I said,
a welfare program. It's everybody gets it.
Yes,
social floor.
I said, how many Democrats do you see erecting gallows poles with hangman's nooses on the Capitol lawn?
How many Democrats for Mike Pence? The gallows, those were erected for. That was actually that noose. That was specifically for Mike Pence. I mean, that crowd was screaming, "Hang Pence, hang Pence." And here's the thing, Annette. Okay. Let's not forget this. One of the nation's largest police unions had endorsed Trump. After Breonna Taylor, after Jacob Blake, after George Floyd, and it goes back further than that, after Rodney King, after George Stinney, the 14-year-old little black boy who was executed by the state of Georgia for a crime he didn't commit. Yeah, that's right. Our country our country used to execute children. That's something to be really proud of. We're number one at executing kids. But pro-life, yeah. Okay. So this is like after Charlottesville. You know, those very fine people that mowed down, that turned a car into a 2-ton weapon, deadly weapon, and ran over and killed a girl named Heather Heyer. Remember her name? Heather Heyer. I remember her name. Say her name. Heather Heyer. Okay? Those very fine people that terrorized the local Jewish population down in Charlottesville with tiki torches and threatening them. These guys that stormed that Capitol were wearing shirts that said 6 million wasn't enough. What? You know who that 6 million is they're referring to, right? The Jews who were killed in the Holocaust. These are not people to be seeking unity with.
No. Nope.
And you know what? No one's going to commie shame me because I'll laugh in their fucking face, because before I became Yang Gang, I was a proud card-carrying member of the Communist Party. So, you know, it was just that their idea of a solution was wrong. Their complaints about injustice and oppression, spot on. Their ideas of a solution, off the fucking hook, wrong. Okay? Authoritarianism, whether it's far left or far right, is no bueno. No good. All right, we know about the horrors of fascism. We know about the dirty wars and Operation Condor in Latin America. We know what happened in the Honduras. We know what happened in Angola and Liberia, thanks to our meddling, right? We know what the horrors of fascism portend. Let me tell you a little bit about the horrors of communism. Nazinsky Island. That was a cute little treat from Stalin, who, by the way, killed many of his own loyal comrades, including Trotsky. So it's like, I am no lover of authoritarian regimes of either political faction. That is what, you know, enticed me to toddle off the Bernie plantation and to publicly fucking renounce being socialist. It isn't because it was for one and only one reason. And that is, the core of justice to me is human rights. Okay? And when I saw that people who were armchair socialists who couldn't revolt their way out of a shitter were dogpiling on friends of ours, fellow Yang Gang, some of them former Trump supporters, some of them conservatives like our friend Russ. And I'll go to bat for that kid any day of the fucking week. I like that.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Beating up on people, bashing on people for wanting to support a man who was running for president, who wanted to give people a basic income. Because our crap, sorry-ass excuse of a hodgepodge of a social safety net is so irredeemably and irretrievably destroyed that more people end up going splat on the ground than getting caught and helped. Or helped with enough, if they get helped at all. Okay? So that is what enticed me to join in and get on the Yang train. It's like I really had to sit there and re-examine everything that I thought I believed in. And I had been a diehard revolutionary communist for the better part of 35 fucking years, because I had gotten no justice in this society. I had got nothing but oppressed, exploited, kept down, kept poor. And, you know, You go through an entire lifetime of that as a human trafficking survivor, okay? You tell me you wouldn't develop a belly full of fucking anger at the rest of this society that, fucked your life into the ground while having the moxie to tell you to stop playing the victim. After standing in between you and the resources you needed to live, to not only live in dignity, but fix your fucking life. Yeah, the anger is there. I don't apologize for it. I don't apologize for leaning left. I'm just not sympathetic to communism. There is more than one kind of left. I like Andrew Yang's kind of left. I like Andrew Yang's kind of capitalism. I like capitalism. Okay. I don't like when the faces of the poor are ground into the fucking dirt by those with privilege. That I don't like. And I give zero fucks what side of the political aisle the face grinders are on. But throughout this whole nightmare with Donald Trump, I was, I'm sitting there thinking, did I do the wrong thing? Do I belong at barricades to fight these fuckers back? But it's like, no, I can't do that. That's not going to work. The only thing that's going to work is using the laws that we have to enjoin and restrain any kind of attempted armed coup like that ever again from fucking happening. And, this nonsense that just went on, this was not over economic aggrievement. These guys had a dry run, a practice run in Michigan where they were planning on kidnapping and executing Michigan's governor, Gretchen Whitmer, over her telling people, yeah, you're going to have to lock down and wear masks. We're in the middle of a deadly pandemic, I mean, these are people that marched with fucking semi-automatic guns outside. There was another official in Michigan. I don't know if it was a Secretary of Health or whatever out there, but this woman who was a young mother decorating a Christmas tree with her kids and seeing, these I'm going to call them what they are, Nazis, okay, parading out in front of her house, threatening her and menacing her, armed to the fucking nines. All right, these guys are very well armed. They would actually be able to probably put up one hell of a fight against our National Guard. Except one difference. Our National Guard has tanks, okay, at their disposal. They have, they actually have stuff. But what happened this week was planned well in advance. The dry run for it was Michigan. And you'll also note that when the Black Lives Matter protests were going down, like in Portland and in Kenosha and all that, the Portland federal courthouse building was being guarded by militarized police that were, decked out in full-on riot gear, right? I mean, they weren't. This is in Portland, Oregon. The police, who should have been protecting the Capitol, no such protection. No such protection, not enough backup. And looking at what the result would have been had Pence or any member of those Congress been abducted and or killed by this enraged mob, that's all the pretext that's needed to suspend habeas corpus and the Constitution entirely, which would, just say bye-bye to the election. There's not going to be a new president. We now have a dictatorship. And that is what the end game was. And there were members of Congress who were enablers of this. And like I said, there's people in Yang Gang that lean conservative. We're not going to agree on policies. We're not going to agree on a lot of ideologies from between my background and maybe theirs. But one thing I think we do agree on is storming the Capitol, taking hostages, throwing an election, and facilitating a dictatorship, Operation Condor style, Dirty Wars style, is not something that anybody I know in Yang Gang would approve of. And the idea that the people who are these QAnons and who they were actually lusting for blood. They were saying, yeah, we want to do this. We want to kill these perverts and traitors. I mean, some of their posts that they posted in Parler, they're real cute. That they really wanted to shed blood because they literally believe that our entire government is run by perverts and pedophiles. They believe this.
Right.
They believe this. It doesn't matter. And when you're trying to, and I think Tom from Nerds for Yang, when he was on the other day, and I wanted to jump in and talk real quick to him, what I wanted to do was drop my contact info and have him circle back to me because I had some ideas. But I wanted to share that info with you guys then. That there is no they weren't asking for unity when George Floyd was murdered. They weren't asking for unity when Jacob Blake was shot and left quadriplegic, paraplegic. They weren't asking for unity when Breonna Taylor was killed. They weren't asking for unity when Heather Heyer was mowed down. They weren't asking for unity when they basically put women and racial minorities on notice that we will be forcibly and violently kept in our place. There was those weren't calls for unity. There was no asking peacefully for unity when they were planning for months to launch a coup. And there's only two things that stopped that coup from happening. One is sheer dumb luck, and two is those engaging in the actual coup weren't exactly the best and brightest people. I'd rather, but I'll tell you what, that doesn't mean that there aren't some really intelligent people that are pretty evil fucks.
Right.
In this country who, and all, I'd be more afraid of 25 of them than 2,500 morons who shit on the fucking walls and floors of the Capitol building. And let their faces be seen on camera. Hi, look at me. I'm carrying out the speaker's lectern. I mean, it's like, morons behaving moronically. Who'd have thunk, So that's what's been happening. There's a lot coming out about this. And you can't build unity with people who want to fucking murder you. For daring to say, I have the right to live in dignity, even though I'm a woman, even though I'm poor, even though I'm disabled, even though I'm black or a person of color or an immigrant. and reforming. And here's the thing too. The whole problem with the police. Okay. And I know there's some people in Yang Gang that are not going to agree with this, and that's okay. But I'm going to tell you what my observation is. Okay. Is if we look back in our nation, we look back from all the way going past to the Pinkertons, to the Baldwin Phelps Agency, who murdered oppressed working poor people in the southern coal fields of Appalachia during the massacre of Mattawan and the Battle of Blair Mountain. Okay. We go back and we look at the history of, post-Reconstruction with the chain gang. Okay. To make sure that these newly freed blacks were kept in their place and used as free labor. Okay. Go all the way back to the slave patrols. Go all the way back to the Indian agents, to the guys that deliberately gave Native Americans smallpox-infested fucking blankets, okay? When people say this isn't who we are as a country,
it totally is who we are.
It is totally who the fuck we are. It is who this country has always been. Always.
Trump ripped the mask off. Trump ripped the mask off, like it was always there. It was just like more of like a seedy underbelly. These are people that I was never even, I had no reason to be aware that somebody like the MAGA people existed, and then like a few of my friends that I still have that are MAGA, they're good people and whatever. I look at them and I'm just like so astonished, like I'm just so confused about it because
I'm
like
you're good, something.
Loving people. What the hell?
I'm going to tell you something. You are now getting a little bit of a taste of what Jews in Europe in the 1930s and 40s felt when they were slowly excluded from society over a span of 12 years with the Nuremberg laws, with Kristallnacht. They were kicked out of their jobs. Their children were barred from going to school. They were barred from using public transport. They were kicked out of their apartments and their homes by people who were their neighbors and friends that they thought were such nice people, whom they knew for decades. These nice people. And I'm going to tell you a little secret here. It didn't matter if you were the most assimilated Jew, if you ate bacon and eggs and pork and sauerkraut and mashed potatoes, which a lot of the German Jews did. They even changed the day of their traditional worship service to Sunday so they could be more like the Catholic Christians in Europe, right? To say, see, we're just like you guys. We eat the same foods. We worship on the same day, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? That was not enough to spare 6 million from going up the chimney. One of whom was one of the Warburgs. So yes, even occasionally wealthy Jews who couldn't escape in time got caught up in that shit. And when you say that you're surprised, I'm going to tell you who's not surprised. Me.
No, I'm not surprised. I just wasn't really, I think that my focus wasn't on those people, I just sort of, I'm not surprised that they exist. I just wasn't paying attention to them before. And then Trump came along and boy, they all got my attention right toot sweet. Let me tell you, so then I was like, whoa, I can't believe there's that many people like this. So that I was a little bit surprised about just because, I was living in my own little bubble and I was just like so many other people, like barely engaged in politics. I would vote for the president. Like the first time I voted for a president was Clinton in 92, I think 92 was the first time I voted.
Yeah.
And I was 21-ish, 22, somewhere in there. And so that was the first time I voted, but like I wasn't really involved or anything like that. And then I started to get pretty excited about Bernie. Like I caught the Bernie fever in 15, 16, you know.
Yep.
And then I was vastly disappointed by Bernie in the 2020 run.
So was I. I was very vastly disappointed, not only by Bernie and his upper level like campaign people and policymakers and shit. I was really disappointed by people who I used to think of as my comrades, that they cared about the poor, they cared about the disabled, they cared about those who had been permanently pushed out of the economy since the crash of 08, who are now 10, 12 years older, who were middle-aged then and who are even more older now, who have no hope and no chance of ever getting on their feet. Many ended up homeless. Many ended up in tent cities. Many lost their cars, their homes, everything. And they're pushing what belongings they have left to their name in a fucking shopping cart somewhere if they're still alive. But this country never had an honest conversation about poverty and who gets left out and who does not. This country never had an honest conversation about any of that shit, which is why I'm such a pain in the ass about it. Because this country, you want to fix all these problems, then we need to have an honest conversation about this shit. And I
said something like that today to the Humana lady. I was like, you know what? Like, all three of you failed. All three of you failed me in this situation.
Miserably.
You all three failed, and like, I can't rely upon my doctor's office. I can't rely upon my insurance company. I can't rely upon my medical supply company. Who the hell am I supposed to rely upon?
I'm going
when my own government provided insurance that I am supposed to be so grateful to have doesn't cover a goddamn thing and leaves me sitting in my own urine.
I'm supposed to get my depends because I have a problem not exactly like yours because I'm not an ostomy patient, but I have neuropathy in the bladder, which means that if I don't wear adult disposable underwear, I soil my clothing and whatever I'm sitting on, and there's nothing I can do about it because it's not something that can be corrected with surgery. Because there's no
so you're
neuropathy. So anyway,
you're probably able to relate more
this
than
is
anybody.
These are my Lancets. They fit the thing that I got for testing my blood sugar as a diabetic. These are my test strips. They cost $1 a piece. That's like $300 a month. I don't have the income. I don't have the income. I don't have income. You know, I was left having to beg repeatedly to repeat calls for help that went ignored for the most part because I got really, ignored a lot. People, I guess, thought that I was just some 53-year-old loser who was just begging for the sheer damn hell of it. Either that or they just didn't fucking care because what the hell wasn't them. They didn't stop to think that I was somebody who had tried my fucking guts out my whole fucking life and got nothing but the shitty end of the stick. Because, well, reasons that, are well aware of, okay? That had nothing to do with any personal choices I fucking made. I made all these so-called correct choices. The privilege tell the poor, don't have kids you can't afford, so I didn't. Well, now I sit here with no fucking car, unable to get to the medical care that all year during this pandemic that I needed as a diabetic to monitor and manage my disease. Okay? I'm talking lab work. I'm talking ophthalmology visits because I had some vision loss from diabetes. And had nobody to help me because, well, I didn't have kids as a poor woman.
Right.
I
right.
got an
And then
education.
you qualify for less also, less help if you don't have kids.
Less
so
help.
then
Yeah.
if any help at all, sometimes you don't get help at all unless you have kids.
Exactly.
And but then they want to scream about people squeezing out kids just so they can get more welfare. Well, the welfare created that scenario, like, oh my God.
There was never enough opportunities to go around for everybody in this country. And if an opportunity is not within your reach and is not available to you, it's not a fucking legit opportunity. And yet we've never had an honest discussion about that. Yes, we talk about racial discrimination. We don't talk about sex discrimination. We don't talk about age and disability discrimination. We don't talk about social class discrimination. We don't talk about how survivors of human trafficking were criminalized and stigmatized and unable to get any kind of job, for 2/3 of our working age lives. I mean, I'm talking about the older survivors like me who are my age and older. And there's not many of us because most of the ones my age and older fucking died from homelessness and poverty. Okay? Straight up.
Mm-hmm. Or perhaps suicide.
And suicide. Well, that's actually a byproduct of being, homeless.
Yeah, all of it.
It's like your life sucks so bad that checking the fuck out, is a better idea. That should tell you something right there. Okay.
But God forbid we would give anybody any money so they don't want to actually kill themselves. Because that would be evil and horrible. This is what I think about the people.
I've had people tell me, well, why don't you go on Fiverr? Why don't you go on this platform or that platform? Well, I've been so fucking marginalized my whole life and forced out on the society's margins so bad and excluded so thoroughly and completely for so many fucking years that where do I have the references and the social capital that would help me build, any kind of a chance to earn an income through gigs. Okay. It's like, it's the same thing with trying to break into the workforce as an employee. In fact, it's even harder because if you don't have the resources, if you don't have the right image, if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have, tons of people from the upper classes, from the top 20% that are willing to vouch for you or at least buy your fucking services, whatever your services are that you're selling on these platforms. It's like, forget it. It's so damn competitive. Someone who's that disadvantaged as I've been my whole life doesn't stand a fucking chance. Okay. And what people need to understand is that thanks to something called the NAIRU principle, which has never been about full employment. Full employment is deemed to be 4 or 5% unemployment. Well, 4 or 5% of 330 million people is a hell of a lot of people that are, disadvantaged and shut out. And, there's no way you can move if you don't have money. I could have had a job with the census. It would have been temporary. I didn't have a car.
Right.
People say, well, there's these charities that donate cars to the poor. Where? There's none in my area. There is none in my area. And I went through JCAC, which is spelled GECAC, a Greater Erie Community Action Center. Okay? Which they're in charge of like all the local charities. There's nothing. I mean, I'm now up for renewal for my Medicaid, so at least I can get my insulin that I should, I guess, be grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I can't get my test strips. I can't get my Lancets on that. I have to have money for that. And it costs way more than what I can afford as somebody with no income or practically no income. Practically no income, nothing stable.
Just for me, going through the insurance was more expensive. Paying 20% of the insurance cost for my supplies was it was more cost effective to go through Amazon and Etsy for a little
while. Well, that's how I buy my Depends. But sometimes I got to choose: do I have internet, or do I have the phone, or do I have Depends, which I need.
Right.
Just the same reason that you need your bags, you know. I mean, it's not it's not funny. And you know, if nobody would give me a chance for a job, no matter how hard I tried, and I did all these right things that people with privilege tell the poor to do. Okay.
Right.
And
I said that to them too. I was like, I've done everything right. I did everything I was supposed to do. All y'all didn't. None of you people did anything right.
And it's like, what got me so angry. What gets me so angry is when I'm sitting here having to flush a fucking toilet with a bucket because I can't afford to have a plumber come in and replace the toilet for me. And I have a husband who is a lot older than me that I'm taking care of. He's not physically capable of lifting a toilet and doing the plumbing work, you know, to fix it. We don't have a vehicle to go buy a fucking toilet from the home improvement store. I mean, you know, so it's like I'm having to freaking flush. This is how I've been having to live for a while, right? I don't have a regular winter heating and hot water utility. My pellet stove, that is what heats my whole house. Okay? And in the wintertime where I live, it's too cold to bathe sometimes, where all I do is sponge bath because that's all I can do because it's too cold. And if I try to get a shower, even though I have an outdoor camper shower thing that Donnie jerry rigged and hooked up into he had to rip apart a wall to do it, so it looks like hell. But at least there's hot water to bathe with or shower with. There's not enough to take a tub bath. And we have to lug 20-pound propane tanks up the steps to hook up to it. But when it's like 40 and 50 degrees inside my fucking house, because it's 10 or 15 outside in the dead of winter, I can't bathe. I got a sponge bath. I don't get a shampoo for a week or two at a clip. All right.
Yeah, we did finally get a hot water heater, but
well, we
went a very long time without it, and I would just wash my hair cold in the sink, and then it would just give me horrible headaches afterwards. But yeah, I did that for the longest time.
It's too cold here to do that because I would end up coming down with pneumonia, right? Because it happened to me before. Because you know what? We've been without our natural gas heating and hot water utility for years because all this help out there wasn't enough help for us. We either couldn't qualify or couldn't get enough as somebody with no income who was shut out of the economy while I was, having to. I mean, God. I don't think anybody has the right to ever dare throw in my face about playing the fucking victim so they have to live like how I have had to fucking live for fucking years while nobody else in this entire shithole country gave a fuck. Sure as hell not enough to help.
Yep.
And it's not like I'm asking for pity, but damn it to hell.
I know.
I've had it. I've had it with stupid shit. And
yeah, I reached my breaking point today. I did. I just like, I can usually maintain like a pretty even keel, but man, when it comes to this stuff, when it comes to like the ostomy stuff, do not fuck around with me. What the hell?
Same here with my diabetic stuff and my Depends.
You need that stuff.
And I
And my
need-
blood thinner.
And I need to have propane because Donnie switched out the things on our natural gas stove so that it would work on propane. Because since we've been without our gas utilities since 2005, this is how long I've had to live in fucking poverty and deprivation.
Right.
Okay? Because of never getting a chance. Or because somebody with privilege, some privileged gatekeeper, deciding to just go out of the way to make my hellish life even more fucking miserable by denying me an opportunity, by shifting goalposts, or whatever. You're not a good culture fit, or whatever the fuck it is they like to say.
Yeah.
It all means the same thing to me. BULLSHIT. And it's like over the years of getting nothing but that, and having to face people with no teeth until I finally got Obamacare to pay for my fucking dentures when I was pushing 50. So when I was like in my 30s, in my 30s and in my early 40s up through my mid 40s, having to not smile and not be able to talk normally, and try to get a job looking like that, and then
I'd like to.
And then have people who've never suffered because of either being unlucky or being so completely disprivileged and marginalized, or both, have the nerve to sit there and tone police me, silence my voice, or accuse me of, quote, playing the victim. I wish every one of those privileged assholes that ever treated me like that had to live what I had to suffer through for a month, if not longer, and then get back to me and talk to me about playing the fucking victim.
Right. All right, listen, I'd like to read this. I saw this on my friend Christina's timeline today. And I don't know if she wrote it or if it's one of those copy paste things. I didn't see a reference to copy and paste, so I'm not really sure. But it's extremely relevant to what you're talking about right now. So I'm going to read it. Okay. It says, okay, let's set the scene. You're a single parent with a child. You work full-time for $14. You bring home roughly $800 per paycheck. Your bills, $1,000 rent, $150 electrical, $250 car payment, $150 car insurance. So let's do the math. You bring home about $1,600 a month, and your bills average about $1,550, give or take. You're making it, but barely. This doesn't even include groceries, internet, cable, cell phone, etc., nor does it include child tax credit or child support. Now, it's a really cold December, and you get a power bill for $600. How do you pay for that? I currently have a power bill for $600 right now. They let us split it in half, though, so they're cool like that. But anyway, still. Okay, so now it's really cold December, and you get a power bill for $600. How do you pay for that? To put it simply, you don't, because you can't. So your power gets shut off. But you know what your lease says? It says you get evicted if your utilities are terminated. So now you're in court crying to a judge who doesn't care, and you have 10 days to get out. Well, you're in luck because you found somewhere with 3 days to spare, and it's only $650 a month. But to get in, you have to pass a background and credit check, which you can't because you just got evicted. You've never been a criminal, but even if you could pass it, you're looking at $1,300 to move in after paying the deposit and first month's rent. Time's up. The landlord shows up at 7 a.m. with the police and changed your locks. So now you're living in your car with your 7-year-old son and everything you need to get by. You tried to get a storage unit, but you don't have a billing address, so they won't sell one to you. So you could only take what you could fit in your back seat. You pay to shower at local truck stops and eat whatever can be cooked in a gas station microwave. Someone sees you and your son living like this and calls CPS. Guess what happens next? They remove your child. Yep. They remove your child from your care. As if this isn't devastating enough, you lose your job too, because an employee losing their child reflects poorly on this company. So now you apply for an apartment with the region where the waiting list is 3 to 7 years. Oh, that must be sort of like what's that? Section 8.
Yep.
The region.
Oh, some places the waiting list is 10 years or more.
Yeah, it was like 3 to 5 years in Missoula. We were on it for at least 3 years, and then we just get moved. We left the state and said, "No, fuck." Been waiting forever.
I mean, Angela wondered why I have such a spiky personality. I have not been treated very nicely in my life.
I know. It's been horrible. Okay, so wait. Okay, 3 to 7 years. Then you go into Walmart to put in an application. When you get back to your car, you see that your back window has been smashed and someone helped themselves to your belongings. Remember that it is December and really cold, and now you have damage to your only shelter. You call your car insurance, who says your deductible is $1,000, and they're going to increase your monthly rate since you're now high risk. You call the homeless shelter at last resort, and all their beds are full. I'll stop here because I think you get the point. The people we work with every day are these people. We are these people. We are all so close to homelessness and don't even realize it. All it takes is one unexpected bill, one fender bender, one layoff, one house fire, etc. Instead of talking trash about people who are poor or homeless or need assistance, why do you try being thankful that you're not in their shoes yet? This is about staying humble and being kind. Be thankful for what you have. Okay.
Well, and that's the thing is like the rhetoric that I've seen, that I've had to deal with my entire life. A lot of people, they take for granted. They'll say, well, I'm poor too. Now, there's a difference between being formerly middle class and now poor, and having middle class or rich family or parents to fucking help you out where your welfare and other shit falls short, compared to somebody who has no living family to turn to for help. Mm-hmm. Because they didn't have kids they couldn't afford. And now they're a 53-year-old poor disabled person living in a part of the fucking country with no public transport, and they don't even have the ability to afford a shitty fucking used car. And not because they're a loser who fucked up and made the wrong choices, but because those with privilege in positions of, being gatekeepers to the jobs, never let you have a chance when you were doing all these right things that people have been more fortunate and advantaged always lecture the poor on what we have to do if we don't want to be poor. Okay. Yeah.
So, and then they say to be grateful for what you have. I always have mixed feelings about that phrase, to be grateful for what you have. Like, we are grateful for what we do have, but it's okay for us to want more too.
I guess you're supposed to be grateful that you're not pissing yourself outside under a bridge. I guess that's what that means, right? That
yeah. Sometimes, yes, I'm very much grateful. So that's why that's a double.
Terrible.
It is.
Nobody should have to live like that, is what I'm trying to say. Nobody deserves that.
Right.
And whenever some smarmy fuck says, well, I worked for everything I got, it's like, did you work for your good luck to not end up with a major medical shit sandwich that turned your life upside down economically forever? Mm-hmm. Okay, all it takes is one. I mean, gee whiz. And this is the thing that most people, it's like when you look at the way the people that are poor and disabled were protesting Medicaid cuts were treated, that were arrested, 140 arrested, right? Back in 2017. That's a lot more than what has been arrested so far with an armed insurrection aimed at doing only one thing, and that was subverting the fucking government, subverting democracy. Not that we ever had much of a democracy to begin with. We really didn't. What we had was the illusion of a democracy. Because if you want to know something, a lot of what created, the people who are poor, who vote against their own interests, a lot of what created that is the way they were treated by people who were more fortunate in this society, who claim to espouse liberal or progressive values, but then turn around and say, well, if you're not making it, but some immigrant that comes here is making it and they get rich, it's your own fault that you're poor. You're stupid. You're less than. And that is the kind of rhetoric that needs to be stopped too. We need to stop creating. What's been going on here has been in the making for at least 45 years. I remember when Tim McVeigh blew up the federal building in Oklahoma City. Okay, I remember that day very well. And, people used to think, well, gee whiz, just a lone wolf. Okay, there's not that many. No, there's been this undercurrent brewing for a long time. And what Richard Wolff, who is actually a Marxist economist, I don't agree with him on everything. I certainly don't agree with his solution, because how the fuck can you unionize anybody when there's not enough jobs left? And for every person that's lucky to have a job, there's 1,000 people that don't have any income or fucking job who'll take your place in a New Jack Minute, okay? Which is why, Andrew Yang made all the sense in the world to me, whereas my former comrades, don't make sense to me, okay? Not to mention also the fact that not everybody with privilege is a shit ass. Because the people who have helped me so that I could be alive today did have some degree of privilege. They were able to help. But, we still have a long way to go as far as getting our entire society's cultures, the collective heads out of our asses in being honest about opportunities, who gets them, who does not, about the fact that as you go up the socioeconomic pyramid, there's fewer and fewer good spots. So the competition is more and more fierce. And should those who, through no fault of their own, who've tried everything they could but just can't compete, because how can you when you have been forced out on a society's margins and not allowed to have a chance? And, opportunities have a shelf life. When you get to be in your 50s and you have disabling chronic medical conditions, well, your opportunities are slim to none. And we don't have those discussions. And it's, what angered me the most about this whole thing is, like, people say they act so shocked, like they didn't see this coming. And it's like, well, for 45 years, the political party that was supposed to represent the downtrodden, the working class, the underdogs, the people who weren't getting a fair shake, marched further and further to the right, until we ended up with two parties, Republican light and, well, actually, we had the corporate Democrats, who people weren't really enthused about supporting. And then you had the far right lunatic fringe. And the thing is that to get the people wound up that were wound up for what went down on last Wednesday to happen, it didn't take much. It's just that everything that they looked to, that they found to be credible, that the news sources that they had access to listening to, their lived experiences, which may have been a lot different than mine, probably were, or else they wouldn't be voting for a guy who would have cut their fucking Medicaid and starved them. You know.
Okay, I need to get a word in. Can I get a word in?
Yeah.
Way back when you were talking about the people of privilege that helped you, I wanted to interject and say that God damn it, now I forgot my thought. Okay. Oh no, in my experience, people with privilege have not really helped me very much. I won't say that they've never helped me, but more often than not, it's another poor person that helps me.
I've had that too, but very rarely have I had anybody who was a rung or two above me. Some of the most egregious, punching down that I've received has come from people that were only slightly less poor than me. People who actually, weren't, suffering with chronic, that punched down on me. People that, they might be on welfare with a kid, but they've got family helping them, or they don't have, they've got family helping them and they have a fucking car and they're not living without heat and hot water and flushing a fucking toilet with a bucket. Like, this is how I've had to live now. Because poverty, it doesn't stay static, right? The longer you're left to sink without a helping hand up, the further down you sink. What used to be what would have been a $5,000 roof repair 8-10 years ago is now a $55,000 slate roof removal and replacement. 55 grand for me might as well be 55 million.
We're in the same boat.
And it's like,
we're in the same boat.
And it's like, the thing is that some of the people who've actually punched down the most on me were people that were slightly less poor than me, that took for granted that they had what I have not had since age 12. Family support.
Right.
Family support, or spouse who had a good job, and was able to support them. These are things that I never got to have. Okay? It's been me against the world since puberty. Okay?
Forever.
And it's like, I've experienced some of the most egregious punching down from people that were just, a little bit less, well, to a certain degree, maybe a lot less poor than me. Maybe they were one bad incident away from being as poor as me or worse. But that was who punched down on me the most.
Yeah.
That is who, that, and people like, some people with a little more privilege, who were at least middle class and living comfortably, right? Who could afford to spare the equivalent of, I don't know, one month's worth of fucking Netflix or whatever the fuck, to make a life and death difference to somebody else's fucking PayPal if they don't have a GoFundMe. And they'll say, oh yeah, I'll help you. And then it's like they change their mind, but they don't want to look like a selfish shit ass for saying I changed my mind. So instead they turned around and accused a person of being a scammer, and then attacked the person who defended her.
Ariel, okay. I just saw you share this on Twitter, so thank you, honey.
I jumped in and stood up for such person being punched down on. And it was done by a couple of people who are a lot more fucking privileged than me. They're living a lot more comfortably than I have been having to fucking live for fucking years. Okay? And I wasn't going to say anything at first. But by Christ on a bike. When I saw this person getting dogpiled on, gloves came off. And I called up Angelo, because Angelo's been kind of mentoring me on trying to smooth out my rough edges Because I do have a lot of fucking anger, and it is righteous anger, and it is every bit justified.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It is. And I'm not going to apologize for it. But he's trying to help me be a little bit more, and it's a little hard because after an entire lifetime of getting nothing but kicked in the face, it's really hard for me to want to have empathy for the very fucking people that have kicked me in the face and have had zero fucking empathy for my problems and my situation and my fucking life. Okay? Sorry. I just have a hard time with that. I'm struggling with it. I'm trying to get better about it, but sometimes I stumble. And when I see another poor person in a shit situation that's just as shitty, if not shittier than my own, getting, like, you know, I was promised help with a ride to medical appointments because I don't have a car, can't afford a car. Okay? Because where I live, since there's no public transport, even private individuals selling cars, they'll be selling you some shit. They're asking like $5,000 for some shit that has 200,000 miles on the motor and needs a goddamn timing chain and a rear leaf spring replaced. It's like because they know that there's no public transport here and you're kind of screwed if you don't have a car. So it's like they get away with, charging and getting those kind of price gouging prices for used pieces of shit that are not inspection worthy or drivable. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it's like, this person, I explained to her my situation. Oh, I'll help you. I'll come up and give you a ride. She lives like 2 counties south of me. Twice I had to cancel diabetic medical appointments this past year because I never got helped with that ride. And she was my last fucking hope for help. And I can't afford to fucking take an Uber clear across Erie County. Because, of course, none of the medical care providers live nearby. Or, I mean, not live, but, have their facilities within a reasonable distance. And neither do any of the supermarkets, But the thing that gets me so mad is like, when I see these same people who claim to care about the poor and claim to speak for the poor, who are then punching down on poor people. Like an individual whose name I won't mention, who accused a poor, disabled young lady of being a scammer when she's living in an abusive situation. It's either that or the streets. Okay? She's got a chronic disease that, spending one night out on the streets would probably be a death sentence for her. And to then say, oh, well, she's a scammer. That is the most non-humanity first bunch of shit I've ever fucking seen. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I says to Ange, I said, I'm sorry, I can't give somebody milk and cookies for that shit. I think a lot of what caused what happened on Wednesday was not so much economic distress. It was, you've got two factions of haves in this country that are dueling it out with each other, and poor people get caught up in the privileged people's fights. And because if you look at what went down on Wednesday, this wasn't economically aggrieved or economically insecure people staying at the fucking Willard Hotel or who traveled with a cache of fucking weapons that cost more than what it would cost me to afford to buy a shitty used car that needs a timing chain. Okay?
Right.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I see a lot of poor people that do get caught up in these things. And I think the whole thing boils down to we have not ever had an honest discussion on number one, what human rights really means and that they're universal. Number two, an honest discussion about not everybody getting opportunities. Okay. And number three, okay, opportunities all have shelf life. Okay. Yes, Ariel, poor people are used as human shields. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad my words are sinking in, my brother. My dude, I love you. Ariel's my man, you know. But this is what we need to do. We need to have an honest conversation. And when people with privilege, not all of them are bad. I mean, like I said, there's some that, you know, who have relative privilege compared to me that have been lifesavers. But there are many people who've been outright cruel and shitty. And when somebody says that they are engaging in some kind of performative boutique activism in the name of helping the poor or speaking out for the poor while silencing the voices of the truly fucking poor in your own goddamn movement, don't expect any fucking milk and cookies from me.
Yeah, cookies?
It's an expression, Donnie. I'm on Annette's show. You don't want to know what he said earlier when I said, did the mail come? Because I heard the mail slot. We're waiting on our stim check, which we desperately fucking need. Like everybody else pretty much desperately needs. And I said, Donnie, I think the mail came. And I don't know if I should repeat this on air. It might get a few laughs from some of the guys that listen. Donnie, why don't you share with Annette what you said earlier when I said I think the mail came. I don't want to repeat this. I'll turn 12 shades of red.
I don't remember what the hell I said.
He said, and I quote, now I'm going to apologize in advance if this offends anybody's delicate sensibilities, but my husband's a little bit not altogether upstairs.
No, I can't.
When I said,
I'm downstairs now.
When I said I think the mail came, because I'm sitting here anticipating, you know, my stim check. So I think the mail came. He says, "Where's the rag to clean up the slop?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And he says, "Well, you said it came."
Oh,
This is the guy who
Donnie.
gets the bullet by making me laugh for most of my life. Okay. But sorry about that. Like I said, Donnie is
one of a kind, baby.
When they made him, they broke the fucking mold.
Thank God for that.
But
Amen,
we really need to have honest conversations. And people with privilege in these movements said they're so freaking privileged that they can sit around and play games or do arts and crafts on Zoom calls and shit. When people that are struggling just to survive and not fucking die from literal life and death fucking poverty problems. Like, you know, we were out of propane. We can't take our propane tanks in an Uber to go get them refilled. And that's the only way I can have hot water to bathe with and propane to cook with. As a diabetic, I can't take my insulin without fucking food. You can see where this is going here, right?
It's just like a constant ever
right,
hamster wheel.
It's like, you know, I spent Christmas in a cold ass house. There was no, and Hanukkah. I mean, you know, me and Donnie are kind of a mixed couple. We're mixed, all right. We're, but anyway, that'll be for another talk. But, you know, it's like nobody fucking called and said, "Hey, I know you're really suffering. Do you need anything? Is there anything I can do to make your life a little less shitty?" Nobody reached out. Nobody. And it's like when I see people in any kind of social justice movement And they say they're doing some kind of performative boutique activism stunt to speak for the poor, to draw attention to people with a lot less privilege than themselves. But yet they turn around and they smack down or silence or go back on their promise to help a legit, truly fucking poor person who is, begging for help because that's their theater of last resort, which is what happened to the girl I stuck up for and her friend who got dogpiled on Twitter. Both members of Yang Gang. Yeah, it came down like a jackhammer. I refuse to apologize for that. I refuse to fucking apologize for that. I didn't join this movement to go for a popularity contest. I joined this movement so I could team up with other people who were like-minded in being humanity first and actually fucking being about it. Not just, putting on a show to say, oh, look at me. I'm doing this performative activism. You know what? I know people that are rationing fucking food and they're going hungry and they're going without things they need just to survive. Why is it the voices of those who are supposed to be what that's about being elevated? I want to know why. I want to know why it's always people that are just a little bit better off, maybe not a whole lot, but a little bit, that feel entitled to tell those who aren't making it, who aren't, how the hell we're supposed to talk about life-threatening oppression and poverty and bad treatment. I never resented anybody who was able to get lucky in this society and make it. I never resent anybody for their good fortune, but I'll tell you what I resent the fuck out of. I resent the fuck out of bad treatment. I resent the fuck out of people who say about playing the victim card when if they had to live one fucking day in my shoes, they wouldn't have been able to fucking handle it and they'd have eaten a bullet. And because I'm complaining, justly complaining about my problems, I'm playing the victim? Really? Or I'm complaining about another friend of mine in life-threatening poverty with a chronic disease that if she were to leave the abusive environment in which she's living in, she would be dead within 24 hours because she'd be on the streets with nowhere to go. I'm somehow the bad guy?
Right.
What happened to humanity first? Why aren't the voices of those who've been truly oppressed and poor being lifted up? That's what I want to know. You want to be humanity first and fucking be about it. Great. We're cool.
What else should we talk about? Let's talk about something else. I feel really heavy.
All right. Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest.
No, I understand completely.
And it needs to be said.
Ariel, do you want to
bring Ariel on? Bring our dude on. Bring our dude on.
I have a headache.
Bring Ariel on. It's always great hearing from Ariel the Avalanche. I love when Ariel gets on a roll because he always has interesting stuff to say.
He's my viewer. He's my YouTube viewer today. Hooray. Okay, because I still don't even have 40 followers on my dang YouTube channel, so.
I don't know. I gave up on that. I refuse to even try. I know I can't win a popularity contest or a cute puppy contest, and I'm not even going to try to compete. What the fuck's the point? Don't stand a chance. You know? There's such a thing as, in mathematics, we call this law of diminishing returns. Google it.
Oh, look at, here's what he says. There he goes.
Oh. Hear me and clear?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Wait a minute. We're having an echo problem.
Uh-oh. It's not echoing on my end.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have your headphones in?
Yeah, it's echoing on my end though. Wait a minute. Huh. Let me see. Okay. Wait a.
Well, you guys figure that out real quick. And I have to go grab a blanket because I'm freezing. I have the neuropathy in my feet. And it's really cold and windy today, which is why I have a headache. So anyway, I have to go grab a blanket. It's just right here. I'll be right back.
Go for it, girlfriend.
Oh.
Ah, shit.
Revolutionary thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta find out what the hell these tech issues are.
What are you trying to order from?
The Uber thing that you sent me.
Oh.
Let me see.
They have a really good delivery. There's a pizza shop they deliver from. It's local. I don't eat pizza often because I can't with the starch, but sometimes I can be, a little bit bad. And if my blood sugar is okay, I can tell. I test first, right? And but it's called Sticks and Bricks. And oh man, I can tell. I test first, right? They make it's called Sticks and Bricks. And oh man, I can tell. I test first, right? They make pizza like how I remember pizza when I was a kid in Philly.
Wow.
Nice light crust, hand tossed fresh dough. Cheese. Oh, shut up, Jay. You're gonna make yourself hungry. Knock that off. I didn't eat yet. I didn't eat yet today.
This is really, really strange. It's so weird when you have these tech problems because it's yeah. Well, anyway, I just want to say, like, if I ever became a person of privilege, it's like I would okay. Yeah, so you guys aren't hearing an echo, but I'm hearing a really terrible echo on my end. I have to go into my settings and see what it is.
Okay.
Okay. I'll still talk in the private chat, but just hang on a sec.
Okay.
It's all good.
It's all good in the hood. I'm putting my essential oil diffuser on for my headache.
Okay, I think this is
Okay,
this might be a
Hang on.
Okay, I think
Do you guys
this
hear
might be a
some background noise coming
okay,
from
I
my
think
computer?
this is
Yeah.
you guys hear
Okay.
some
Hang
background
on.
noise.
Okay. But you guys don't hear an echo though.
No,
I
not an
do.
echo, but I heard like
But you guys don't.
feedback. Do you have the StreamYard window open while having the Facebook page with the thing playing open with the thing not
That's what it
muted
is.
on?
That's what it is.
Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. I had the YouTube on and this thing on. There you go. Problem solved. No, you know why? Because it's a really weird thing. Because I work like Windows has so much bloatware, and a friend just installed Ubuntu for me. So now I'm on Linux. It's not as much as this stupid bloatware as Windows have, and my computer makes a lot of like these noises and stuff when I use that. So I thought it is me, but no, the YouTube, I clicked on the thing without pausing the YouTube, and that's what it was, and I didn't realize.
I know my way around Nick systems like the back of my hand. If you ever want some help with anything,
Yeah.
through the Rails Girls Summer of Code, because I didn't have a Mac computer at the time, and I couldn't afford one at the time. So I took a clearance model Windows laptop and took out the operating system and booted it up with Debian flavored Linux.
I see. So anyway, like I was just saying now that these dumb, what I thought were tech issues are out of the way, it's like if I ever became like I always had like a dream when I was younger that I would become some kind of millionaire or something like that. But then I would see people like you two, and I just pull them out of poverty, like, in a snap of a finger, because it's like that, and then like get them to do we do like productive things. And then when I got people out of that, and if like for people like Jeff Bezos, like $1 million is like a drop in a bucket, like it's hardly anything. So I just thought that like you could just like throw it at like some people and then see if like
everybody I would just spread it to everybody. Like I would house, feed, whatever, everybody.
Yeah.
If I were Jeff Bezos.
Right, exactly. And
Jeff Bezos alone could cure world hunger. Never mind United States poverty, world hunger.
Yeah.
Now,
right.
Yeah.
That
I would
now here's the thing that I find interesting. Also, Elon Musk is now richer than Jeff Bezos, and he what do you want to call it? He was for Yang in UBI. So now we have a better richest person in the world, hopefully, and like that's what they can do. Now it's interesting that when you guys talk about privilege, like the thing that I'm seeing here, it's so amazing that even when it comes to like people who live really, really hard, kind of like crappy lives, all the time, like a celebrity walks in the room, they're always going like, I don't know if you kind of see it, like, no, don't talk. They don't like being talked to about these things that like hurt their feelings or they don't like or make them feel uncomfortable. But it's like, you people are like struggling more than me, and like you're afraid of hurting their feelings. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. And
it's even sometimes the people who are just they're not celebrities per se. They're not like Hollywood actors or actresses or whatever, but people that feel entitled to take up all the space and dictate dictate every conversation,
right,
and who's allowed to speak and who's not. And then it's like they say that the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized, their voices are so important. And yet
Right.
our voices are too fucking inconvenient when we speak up when they step on our fucking toes.
Right. By the way, you can't hear that feedback anymore because I have my headphones in, right?
I know I can't hear your feedback.
Okay, great. So this is the part that gets me because you long time ago, in fact, when Donald Trump just won, Trump actually, I usually don't agree with him, but I agreed with him on this, not in his inaugural speech, but before that. He said, I see tremendous potential, in this country, and I'm just amazed that it's not being utilized. So then
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, so then I was agreeing with that, but it's like, but I think the best way to utilize that potential is through something like a freedom dividend. So, as strange as this may sound, I think Trump's heart was in the right place, but his way of going about it was complete shit.
No, I don't really think the man has a heart. I think the man is an opportunistic, full-on sociopath.
Yeah.
I don't think he really gives a fuck about anybody
But himself.
I mean, I'm sorry. No, his
That's
heart
true.
was not in the right place from the get-go. He
Yeah.
knew how to play people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's done his whole life.
Yeah. That's the thing that gets at me too. And but here, okay, so here's what happened. You know Anthony Scaramucci, right?
Yeah, I know.
Like that guy was for just 11 days was a communication director. So he came to USC, and I have the receipts for this. And he started talking about like how like people don't realize that working class people are like really suffering, and like for him that's what it's about, and blah 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 and all of this stuff. And then I remember I was in that and I was in that audience at that day he was speaking, and I don't know, I said something, and then he just pointed out to the crowd and he said, that guy, he's probably going to be the next president of the United States. And the guy who was talking about was me. I said something out in that crowd. But then I met him later, and then I told him, and I said, Anthony, you know what? I'd like to have a chat with you. I like to know why, like, in school, we don't learn about like finances and money and all of this stuff. And I just like, and he gave me his email. So he gave me his email, and then so I email him like back and forth, and then he's like, okay, I'll get back to you in like a month. I have this really big thing going on, and like, I'll keep you updated. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. So then that month passes, and it's that day, and then I'm like, okay, Anthony, like I'm here, it's been a month, where is it? I don't hear anything. And I'm like, okay. And then I don't hear anything for like a whole 2-3 weeks after that. And then I sent him an email that kind of strikes a nerve with him. I said, Anthony, you said like when you were talking about some politicians that like they just make promises and they never deliver on their promises. And that's why like you can never trust them. But then I said, here you are doing the same thing with me. It's like, I used to think you were like, really awesome, but like, I don't think that much of you anymore. And then he sends an email back, and then he's like, oh, don't act like the victim. As you know, I have this big deal that was supposed to go through with China. And since it didn't go through with China, this is why this is happening. I don't know, Skybridge Capital in China or something like that. We're having this deal. And he's like, never act like a victim, kid. Knock it off. And then, and then like all after that, time passes by. Now I see him. He did an interview on Yang Speaks, and he also did an interview with Nerds for Yang. So that's kind of interesting. But the thing is like it just amazed me, like the cognitive dissonance with these people. They also people who are super privileged sometimes even complain about people who are more privileged than they are, and they don't see that in themselves.
Yeah. And it's not restricted to any one political leaning. This is why I was saying, for all the criticisms of communists, I will say this. A Marxist analysis, a class analysis, and having an honest conversation about poverty and about the fact that there never was enough opportunities to go around for everyone, never mind equal opportunity, okay? Now, the communists, as you heard me say repeatedly, they had the wrong idea of a solution. Andrew Yang had the right idea of a solution. But at least what they did have was the ability to analyze power dynamics and understand structures of systems. Like, for example, if a couple of police officers get fired for things like the George Floyd shooting, the Jacob Blake shooting, the Breonna Taylor, that still doesn't change what's wrong systemically with the organization, with the institution of law enforcement. And that is something most people don't really understand, that when you're talking about institutionalized oppression of any kind, whether it's against race, gender, socioeconomic class, disability, what have you, you need to be able to understand that reforms are only good on an individual level. But when something is so problematic because it's the institutional, it's something that it's institutionalized, then the entire structure of the institution needs to be corrected. And, how did I learn so much about this stuff? Well, back before homeless people were completely criminalized and banned from the public square, when I was a very young homeless survivor of trafficking and being orphaned and all this shit, I lived in the Philadelphia Public Library for about a year or two. I read all the fucking books.
Yeah.
I didn't find Jesus. I didn't find God. Well, I wasn't raised a Christian anyway, but the point being is that I found Karl Marx. I found Andrea Dworkin. Because, and one of the things is that I always ask questions like how was this allowed to happen? And why? And why was I thrown away and treated with so much cruelty and like shit, while other people got handed everything, and I don't mean just materially. I mean, it's like,
love
wow,
and compassion and all
having
that
a
stuff,
bad
right?
day. Let's all fawn over him or her, But, somebody who's really been suffering for a long damn time, it's, oh, well, you didn't win the cute puppy contest. Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear from you. And it's like I wanted answers to my questions. And so I'm kind of a pain in the ass that way, that I need to have truthful. And it's like that's what made me resonate so much towards it. It's like, okay, this explains the systems of oppression.
Well, even me as like a child of relative privilege, it's like my mom's family had a shit ton of privilege. My dad's more lower middle class, my mom's more upper, but like when I was like a child of divorce, and I got to see like my cousins enjoying their lives, taking all of these vacations, having parents that were married that would never. And then I'm like, why the hell is it that I'm always in the middle? I'm always told by like my mom's side of the family that my dad's side of the family is like doing all this terrible shit, and then vice versa from my mom's side, when none of my cousins have to put up with that crap. and like the courts don't even let you like be a part of anything when you're younger. Like if you have an opinion or if you have an idea of how you want to be treated or how you want things to go, and the schools don't even give a shit that you're going through all this, because it's like, oh, well, that's your family life. Like, what the hell does that have to do with school? So like that feeling of like, why the hell should I have, you know, all this weight on my shoulders when I didn't even choose, you know, for this? And that's what I talked about when like some people are used to be like fucking triangulated, to be used as like either a shield or cannon fodder. And that's what I fucking hate.
Yeah.
People with the clout and people with the privilege trying to suck you into drama that's not even yours, it's theirs. And that's what I see the freedom dividend as. It's like, I don't have to be a hostage of some asshole who has their own baggage, and just because they pull the purse strings, I have to be involved with that crap, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I find to be so freaking insufferable.
Or like me today with my medical issues that I had. If I had enough money, I could just go on Amazon and get it overnight shipped and have it here tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't afford it. And so I'm stuck having to jump through the hoops for the insurance just so I can still pay for 20% of it.
Right. And
you know?
and
No matter what, I'm fucked.
the thing that I want to see is like, but here's the thing on that. How did you get Tom from Nerds for Yang on here last time?
Faye is amazing. Faye is our like scout. She's like the booking agent. She just reaches out and says, hey, you want to come on our show?
Right. Yeah. So I'm hoping, but I really wanted to have a longer conversation with him and on his channel, because if he can get people like Scaramucci to come on, that'll really help our reach. And if he really means what he says of like, you know, trying to help those who are the downtrodden, I really want to see if the guy can really put his money where his mouth is. Because I know throughout my life, I like talked to so many people who had some kind of media reach and some kind of influence. And they said like, oh, we love talking to you. We want to like, you know, help you with what you have and all that. But then when push came to shove, I don't know what the hell is wrong with these people. They like drop off the radar, or they don't talk to you anymore, or you know they say something, and these fucking people who are the influencers and who have so much clout, they get offended so easily. They have such thin skin, and it's absolutely pathetic. And they're like they kind of, you know, you can offer these people so much insight and so much intelligence and so much like a point of view that they thank you and they never see things from, but it's like the tiniest thing you do can offend them and they can just like drop you. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with some of these people? It amazes me, because it's like the words that you have and the things that you know, not only is it just for you, but it can help them understand so many things as well. It can help them put so many things into perspective. But then it's like you're walking on eggshells with these people from time to time. It's like if I was in a position of like clout and influence and privilege, and I knew someone was like trying to get out of their situation or needed some help, you know, with whatever kind of like aspiration they had from their life, I wouldn't expect them to walk on eggshells when they're around me. You know, I wouldn't accept. I would just be a friend. But some of these fucking people, assholes, just complete and utter assholes. And the amazing thing is, I like to call these other people that they have around them zombies. Zombies are the people who just listen to people of privilege and never question that. They're like the super ultra fans of some other people, but they never take the time to like question those people or their ethics or anything like that.
What ethics?
And they have zero critical thinking skills. I call those people the zombies. Like the people who attacked the Capitol, they were zombies. These zombies just follow a person of influence with zero critical thinking skills. You know? Yeah, and we have a nation chock full of zombies.
This is something that is an example. It's kind of sad. When I was gonna try to go back to driving truck after a horrific experience by CRST, long story, from 20 years ago, because I still had my CDL, but I had lost too much vision in my right eye from diabetes complications that I couldn't pass the company physical for the eye thing. I barely squeaked by getting the DOT medical, which I had to pay out of pocket for. Medicaid wouldn't pay for that. I had to pay for it, $80. But then the company wanted me to go through an on-site physical again. They do that to everybody. And I couldn't pass the thing. And I was reading stuff in some of the trucker blogs. Some of them, it's funny. This one guy said, "Well, I get failed on my DOT if I donate my liver to my brother. If I'm a live donor for my liver to my brother." And I'm like, "Do you mean kidney? Because, bruh, you ain't gonna live without your liver. You only have one of those."
Right.
Okay? And it's like, if this is what passes.
Right.
Yeah. You see where I'm going with this, right?
If it passes for like,
I have to tell you this. I am looking at an article right now on Vice, and a manatee in Florida's Homosassa River over the weekend. Somebody like scratched or etched the word Trump into the back of a manatee in this river.
Why?
And
they're idiots.
because they're depraved lunatics. What the fuck? So, mutilated. Okay, help find who mutilated a manatee. U.S. Fish Wildlife Service is investigating who carved the word Trump on a Florida manatee. USFWS is looking for any information, blah, blah, blah. And then it's clear as day. Do you want me to show it to you?
No, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
You don't have to.
Good.
It's just really disturbing. And you know what? You can't reason with people who have no conscience. A lot of these people that participated in that.
Well, I think like a lot of our country right now is like a giant like Jerry Springer show, basically. I mean, like this is this is what it is. Like you know, like in the days when Rome was falling, they had like their circuses, and I think like a whole swath of like the Midwest and the Deep South and kind of like those areas are like this whole place of like this kind of Jerry Springer culture where it's about like fights and toughness and sometimes being a fucking idiot. I mean, let's be honest. And that's so sad. It's like Europe had the Enlightenment after the Dark Ages, and I really think that like the US is stuck in like this prolonged dark age, and figures like Andrew Yang are like the Enlightenment figures, but you can't get some of these medieval stupid fucks who are just like dumb to like understand that like we are living in the 21st century. This isn't like, you know, the old West anymore, or whatever you have going in that pea-sized brain that you call, you know, that thing that you call a head, you know. And it's so sad and it's so pathetic, because we can be living in like, I see like the world of the future where there were like flying cars and like space travel and like abundance and 3D printing. And I'm like, we can have this Star Trek kind of thing if we could just shed these stupid fuckers, you know, and not have to deal with them. But it's like, how do you, you know, how do you kind of like get there, or convince, or do we just have to like create a colony where like-minded people who want to be enlightened can like go live and be happy, and we can just like, you know, like tell these fucking idiots to just carve, you know, go somewhere, or just carve out a place for ourselves, and all of these like other fucking morons who want to live like a bunch of hicks can go like live how they want to live.
Well, like I said earlier before you jumped on, a lot of the people, you know, a lot of the people that are causing the problems, you know, aren't those without whose voices get silenced and who get elbowed and kicked out of the way for people with privilege or relative privilege even to hog all the space and, you know, elbow somebody else's voices out of a chance to be heard on a platform. When you see who the fuck stayed at the Willard Hotel that was part of that insurrection, right? You know, it's just, you know, the thing is that people on the other side, the other political stripe, people who think themselves to be liberal or progressive, and yet what do? They punch down on the poor too.
Yeah.
They say, yeah, I feel sorry for you, and if I had, I'd help you. And it's like, but yet something as simple as extending a helping hand up with, you know, helping somebody get set up on a fucking platform to try to carve slowly a way out of life-threatening poverty. You know, something as simple as letting somebody have the fucking spotlight for just 1 minute who really is truly downtrodden, poor, and marginalized. You know, from the very bottom heap, instead of just elbowing them out of the way and not letting them have the opportunity to have a seat at the table and be heard, you know.
Yeah.
On somebody, whether it's on somebody's show or whatever, you know. It's just, it leaves me so disgusted.
Well, yeah, this is and it's like, and how do you get past that? That's the part that angers me. And I'm just so annoyed that, you know, I went on Paget's show and I mentioned your name, Jacqueline, and that part was edited out of like the show.
I remember you were upset about that.
Right. And later I found out that she unlisted she unlisted our episode that we did together because it maybe it only had 900 views, and it's a good thing I copied it on like my channel. This is the kind of shit, right? Like, and she gets to talk to Andrew Yang and Trumper for the like all those people and all that kind of stuff. No, I agree with a lot of what she says, and she makes a lot of sense. And then when she taught, she has, just like me, she uses a lot of nuance and thing. And the funny thing is that I met her at the park when we were having like the Yang things going around in LA. I hugged her. We were like face to face together. We marched together. I bought like a bullhorn, a megaphone and like took it and
Not
everybody
that you needed one.
and she took my they all took my megaphone at that march on that day, and they were like, oh, can we take it, can we borrow it here? Oh, and then Paget took it and thing, and I'm like, wow, this is awesome. Like, we're all a family, we're all like, you know, we're all having fun together, we're all in this stuff together. We went out to the pier. That's where we did that thing for that busker at the pier who was like singing. I don't know if you've ever saw that video. He was
see
like,
that.
you did see that. Yeah,
Cry.
right, exactly.
When I saw Yang Gang behave that way, it's like, what happened to that Yang Gang? Because that was the Yang Gang that I thought I was joining up with. And
if there were a group of Trump, right? I'm saying if there were a group of Trump supporters at that pier, they probably would have kicked that man's bucket and said like, screw you, you know? But then when he started complaining about our behavior, we all gave him money, and he felt so happy, and you could just feel the kind of like humanity first when that happened. But anyway, and then all of a sudden Yang drops out, and then, you know, it's like, what the fuck? Has everybody like turned into a clout chaser? Because all of a sudden when Yang dropped out, all the YouTube channels that were like, you know, all pro Yang started kind of like, you know, getting hit, like not as many views, not as many subscribers. But why does that have to why does that have to change our attitudes, or like the kind of humanity first that we had, and the kind of like, you know, bullshit, man? You know, it's not about, yeah, go ahead.
I think our country is just way too balkanized, and from the get-go, from its inception, let's look at our roots. I mean, people like to talk about downtrodden immigrants that were, you know, Europe's poor that were dumped off here. There's truth to that. But look at who was sent here, who was given the land grants and given the authority to rule. And then after the revolution, of course, these were the same guys that got to be in charge of things as we went from being colonies of England and colonies of France, whatever, blah, 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 to being the United States. Mm-hmm. These were all people that were like, these were all guys that were like the second sons of European aristocracy, and under primogeniture, only the firstborn son inherited the titles, the wealth, that, you know, women, forget it. They didn't get nothing. Women were chattel to be inherited. Wombs with legs, you know, reproductive and sexual chattel. But second sons and third sons, fourth sons, you know, they didn't inherit shit. So a lot of these second sons were given some money. Some were given land grants by Pope Alexander VI, by the King of England, the King of Spain, the King of France. And they came here, and then they decided they were going to make up for their lack of, quote, noble status back home. Except they became, you know, something worse than what they, you know, what ended up being created was something worse than what they fled. And what we now have is a pseudo nobility class in this country, a pseudo nobility class that has absolutely no fucking sense of noblesse oblige.
Right.
None.
But just see like how easy it is for you know, the tech oligarchs to just disappear people if they just felt like it. We're talking about what's supposed to be the most powerful person in the United States just being erased from like the public square, and like they're still talking about him, but we have heard like he's a piece of crap. Like I don't like him, but the thing is that like that's amazing that like
just a piece of crap. He incited
a violent riot.
What he caused, well, it wasn't a riot, it was a full-on insurrection.
A coup.
It was a coup, okay?
Yeah.
Failed coup, but still a coup nonetheless.
Right.
And you know, free speech does not protect that. And also, it's not private companies that can deprive you of free speech. Only free
Right.
speech pertains to the
Oh,
government.
for sure. But I'm just talking about the level of power that they have to just like disappear the most powerful person on the face of the earth in like one day. That's pretty amazing, you know, because his Twitter had like 88 million followers, and they're just like, okay, you are gone. Boom. Just like that's pretty, you know, that's pretty amazing. They did the right thing. I'm not saying they did the wrong thing, but I'm just saying to have that kind of power.
It's like,
is
yeah, who
something.
watches the watchers, you know?
Right, exactly. I'm just saying having that level of power to get, you think he's the most powerful man in the US, but his main, you know, form of unfiltered communication to his millions of followers was just like disappeared like in a flash.
But as the president, as the most powerful man in probably the fucking world, if we're going to be honest, he had access to, he had the ability to call press conferences like we had before there was an internet. I mean, so it wouldn't be like you, me, or Annette being deplatformed.
That's 100% right. That's 100% right. But still, his press conferences would have to been like filtered, whereas Twitter is just like pure, unfiltered, unadulterated, and like stuff like that. Of course, he had other ways of communicating. He could have went on national television and stuff like that. I'm just saying that the level of power these tech companies have to just do something like that could be on a whim to what's supposed to be the most powerful person on the face of the earth, which you would think, but probably is, but it's just amazing, you know?
Okay, well, so first of all, he's not the most powerful man on the face of the earth. He is a fucking nincompoop.
That's
he does not have any power, you know, so he
what we think
a
of
threat to society. He is unfit to hold office. He does not hold the mental capacity to be able to handle a serious situation, and he holds the nuclear powers. He's not fit to hold Twitter, but he holds the nuke codes.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
That's what I'm thinking too. And Nancy Pelosi but he can't just do it. Like, it has to go through like some generals and through some kind of process before that happens. But
and the same thing goes for like Twitter. So Jack Dorsey can't just go around just like banning people just because he feels like it. Like there's protections against that too. So I'm sure that they took this very, very seriously and probably put very careful consideration and had all their teams of lawyers and stuff making sure that it was legal, that they were going to do what they were going to do.
Right.
And then they were talking about like Kevin Sorbo said, I lost like 50,000 followers over the weekend. Well, imagine all the bots that just got canceled out.
Well, here's the thing. What I wanted to say about this whole thing with these private companies, okay? I'm not saying in this case, Twitter, Facebook, and all that didn't act judiciously. They did. However, I've seen terms of service and codes of conduct and whatever you want to call it applied capriciously. Like, for example, on Facebook, they let somebody circulated. This was taken video with a cell phone. And I remember when this happened, you know, of a girl being full on raped. All right. She was being raped. This wasn't rough sex. This was rape. Okay. And that wasn't taken down. And a lot of women were complaining about it. But yet a group of moms who were advocating breastfeeding over formula, and they were sharing pictures of breastfeeding their babies. This wasn't porno. I mean, and technically, if you really want to get down to it, that's what boobs are for. Yes, I know guys like our boobs, and that's cool. I'm glad. But this wasn't anything like that. This was like breastfeeding. And Facebook, you know, went in. Their whoever it was that makes those decisions pulled down posts and put, I guess, that group in Facebook jail for a period of time, and took down the pictures being shared. Now, something natural like breastfeeding a baby, a mother breastfeeding a baby, it's not porn, but yet they'll let shit fly. That was pornographic.
I mean, they're
a graphic.
Well, our stupid ass government got rid of like the Department of like Technology, as Yang said back in like before I was born, because they're fucking idiots. And so we just got to get that back. I mean, we got to get someone watching the watchers and someone watching those watchers who watches the watchers. It's
I mean,
pretty,
shit has to be applied fairly, not capricious.
Yeah.
If it's not applied fairly, it's like, when I mean capriciously and fairly, I mean, look at how Black Lives Matter protesters were treated. Not just the protesters, but journalists. Cops with riot gear and shit shot rubber bullets. There's a journalist who had press credentials, who actually had been an advocate speaking out for poor people because she's poor herself. Her name was Linda Toreto. She lost an eye, and the cops deliberately took aim at her because they were deliberately going after and targeting female journalists when this was going on, and they took out her eye. Now you compare that, and that Black Lives Matter protest in Kenosha was over, legit, shit about black people saying, hey, look, we're tired of being targeted for, extrajudicial murder by the cops,
Yeah.
But then you look at the way this whole thing was handled. You had the fucking cops taking selfies with these guys committing an act of insurrection at the Capitol.
Yeah.
And you look at,
I saw one guy got suspended for that.
Yeah, hang on though.
Yeah.
A lot the people committing the insurrection were former military and off-duty cops.
Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of say something?
And there was at least
like
one guy was a state lawmaker.
Right. Like the modern day Gestapo, if Trump would let them be. Like what was Nazi Germany all about? It's like the people in authority like should just do whatever the fuck they please, and nobody has a right, and you should just live. And then they got that feeling that like they're these red-blooded patriots because people like that always crave like a command and control structure, and they're given a mission to like, whatever, like tame the heathens and stuff, and like we have to get law and order back, and like I'm your authoritarian, and I'm like your daddy figure, and you like that, and so all these like people who really believe in these like authoritarian structures and command and control were the ones committing the goddamn insurrection. So it's kind of ironic, like cops acting like criminals, people who are supposed to be enforcing the law, breaking the law. I mean, it's gone crazy, and
this was always there. It was just underneath the surface, but from communities of poverty, to people from generational poverty, to people who aren't from privileged groups. We've always known. This was not a surprise to us. I'll tell you what was a surprise to me. That so many other people were surprised. It's like, okay, which America have you been living in for the past 53 years?
Yep. Yeah. It's so, because you grow up and you have those like dare officers. I don't know, like if you know about that program, like to resist, all that, and then you think like, I don't know, it's like, oh well, they're the good guys, right? Like they're just like your friendly neighborhood, stuff like that. And that was the kind of world that I grew up in. It's like you don't talk back to like police, and they're your friends, and like, you know, you get all that propaganda in school, and like, you know that, and then you grow up, and then you see like these fucking people, like they have problems. These people are like fucking crazy, and like, and then you know, and then you look back on like your education, like I did, and I'm like, what the fuck did they teach me? I know nothing about my, you know, social and emotional learning, about like how to make friends, how to make money, like what you know, all these social things are all about, and like how the workplace actually works, even like as a child of freedom. And then I'm like, wow, like this system is shit. Like, you know.
Well, you know, the thing is too, Ariel, is that did you ever stop to maybe once think that it's not you? That
Right.
you live in a society that's shit, because I'll tell you what, you made some quality friends. You know, for all my faults and foibles, I've been dubbed as somebody who can, quote, slam a revolving door. I'll take that as a compliment. Because sometimes that's what you need to fucking do to wake people the fuck up.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, you made some quality friends. And the people who don't appreciate you, for who you are, and don't value you for you really don't need to be giving them free rent in your head, or letting them have, or, you know,
Oh yeah.
letting them take up your time. I mean, the thing is, I see,
Sure.
you know, I see somebody who's enterprising, who's smart, who's pretty fucking creative, who's funny as hell. And I love when you go on an avalanche. I love it.
Thanks.
Because you always make really great points. But, you know, the thing is that we live in a society that's fucking sick. And to be able to conform and fit in to a really fucked, sick society would require a level of fucking brokenness that it's not worth it.
You know, you guys should look this guy up. His name is Daniel Mackler, and he's like a psychologist, and he talks about this. Like, even in the psychological field, there are a lot of therapists who are like fucked in the head too, and they have a lot of their own traumas and their own kind of like things, and they haven't dealt with it, so they just like, you know, say people should have just like prescription drugs, when it's not the prescription drugs. It's like, how do we grieve like the traumas that we had while we were growing up, while we were young, while all these terrible things are happening to us? And then you get these stupid psychologists, that some of them that I've had, that were just like, you know, just suck it up. I mean, like, just try to find a way to work with it. I'm like, in what cereal box did you fucking idiots get your license? It's like you look at some of these people, and it's like, you know, it's like did you get your, you know, credentials out of a freaking cereal box? Like, was that like the prize at the bottom of it?
No, they paid somebody on Fiverr to forge it.
Right, probably. And it's like, because when I was young, I mean, I was always like the resident rebel. And the funny thing was this, like I started noticing about myself, like, one of these things is not like the other, because, like, you know, I grew up in like a privileged, you know, Persian immigrant kind of thing. And like a lot of my family and a lot of my culture, they always loved going to these gatherings with like a lot of people, and just like jumping up and down and putting loud music and, you know, shaking. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I was just like,
klezmer, was it?
What?
Klezmer. Did you ever attend a wedding in Israel? I mean, they play that god awful klezmer music.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard of klezmer though. I heard of like, I'll look that up. But then I'm like, and I'm thinking that, like, this is what like fucking privileged people do? They just like having like rowdy parties where like you can't talk to the person next to you because like the fucking music is so goddamn loud. So then I would just like go into a corner, sticking my fingers in my ears, and like not enjoying myself, and everybody was just like, "Aren't you happy to be here?" And I'm like, "No." It's like what the, because like I crave like philosophy and intellectual discussion and making sense of the world, while like a lot of my classmates and a lot of the people I grew up with were like happy watching like sports and like partying and like drinking and shit. And then I'm like, well, I mean, that's not me. And then like my like society saw that as like a flaw. It was like, oh, like why don't you want to socialize? Like why don't you want to like do it? And I'm like, well, I don't think like I'm fine like not liking loud music and dancing and sports and all these things, and it doesn't mean that like I'm not a sociable person. I just have to be around the right people.
Yeah, I mean, I was just telling another friend of mine in Yang Gang that the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I do quarantining quite well because I had been forced, because poverty is isolating and
Right.
being marginalized on multiple levels is isolating.
Right.
But the level of cruelty and shit-assness that I've experienced from the majority of people in this society for the 53 years I've been on this earth. I'm going to tell you what, I really relish my solitude. There's very few people that I actually like. Very few. I can count them on one hand.
Right. Yeah.
Most people, I really just, I don't like. And I think that has to do with lived experience. But
I mean, like Annette has her cat there. I mean, I love cats and dogs and like pets and stuff like that. I like them way better than people. That's for sure. I mean, like, what?
I have books.
Right, exactly. Books. And the thing is, like, at least like with some of these dogs that like playing around, like they don't judge you, and it's like fine. You just like get the ball, you throw it, they come, like they just like being pet and stuff like that. But then like some people, it's like they have nothing to offer, or the only thing they do have to offer is like it's funny. I was just saying this the other day. It's like I have this cousin who like I really get along with, and I like going to her place, but like there's a reason why people like inviting certain types of people, because all the time, like sometimes our aunts and uncles are invited, like they have nothing but like criticisms. Oh, you didn't like do this with the food, or like you're wearing this shirt, or like this and that. And it's like okay, like no one cares. Nobody's so super anal about like the way like you're fixing your fucking house and shit like that. But then when I'm there, it's like I want to talk about like fun stuff and like what's going on, and I really don't give a damn about like like you do you. I don't care. It's like I really don't. I just want to like you're free to be you and I'm free to be me. And there's just some fucking people who like want to change stuff about your personality or what you like or who you hang out with. And it's like, none of your fucking business. Like, leave people alone and let them be happy, you assholes, It's like, right? It's so, and that's why I felt so at home in like the Yang Gang, and this whole idea of the freedom dividend, this whole idea of like no strings attached. Like you get this money and you do you. But there's some family settings and business settings where you're not allowed to do you, because it's like you're not towing this stupid imaginary line that we're just like putting out there. It's like, well, then fuck you and fuck your line. It's like, it's like it's unbelievable. And it's so amazing how a lot of people who live in a lot of privilege like commit suicide because they can't do them. They always have to like put on a face or put on a fake front or be someone who they're not, just so some jackass doesn't judge them in a certain kind of way. I mean, I don't know if that was the case with Robin Williams, but yeah.
I don't know, but I'll tell you, this is why we really need to have honest conversations about privilege and power dynamics.
Right.
And this why, you know, it's trite, and it's actually intellectually lazy to blame it all on the 1% or even the top 20%.
Right? Yeah, that's all a load of crap.
There are people like just one rung above me that have been
complete assholes.
Complete assholes and punched down on me.
Yeah,
And
it's never okay to punch down. I mean,
it's like, you know, seriously, what the fuck? And it's like then somebody says, well, they're poor too, and you gotta, you know, give them a free pass because it's not their fault. It's the 1% that made them do it. And I'll say, okay, where's the billionaire who held a gun to their head and said, you better be an asshole to this person who's even worse off than you, or I'm gonna pull the trigger, and it'll either be your signature or these brains on the fucking paper, to quote something from The Godfather, Luca Brasi.
All right, yeah.
And anyway, you show me.
Well, I mean, you know, this whole idea of like freedom and liberty in this country is a load of absolute horseshit. Because if you are, you know, either withholding resources, that's a load of crap. If you but it's not like so much a gun to your head than having your resources withheld, so you toe some kind of line so they can coerce you. It's like look, like you know, it's we're born into a culture of coercion ever since like elementary school. Ever since you have to like, you know, there are planned times to do things. There are planned times not to do things. You have to get your homework in on time. A lot of teachers sometimes tell their students, like, if you don't get good grades here, you're going to be like in a life of desperate poverty. And then you do get good grades, and then that happens to you anywhere because they're all full of shit. You know, so it's like that's the thing. It's like coercion through not direct threats of violence, but threats of deprivation, right? That's basically what it is. That's exactly it. And you can't have freedom like that. That's not freedom. That's horseshit, you know. And that's the kind of thing we're living.
There's actually a word that I use, and I usually apply it to describing enforced poverty, but it also applies to the threat of lack of access to material resources that doesn't quite leave you destitute, but you know, badly off. The technical term for that is economic terror.
And exactly.
Terrorism.
And the terrorists are the ones who either inherit all these resources or just got fucking lucky and they won the lottery or some shit like that. I don't know. But the thing is that the people, the reason why they have control of who has access to the resources is just the fucking sperm lottery. It's like, you know,
it's that and a sense of entitlement.
Right.
I mean, we saw that sense of entitlement on display in all of its ugly glory on Wednesday, January 6th, 2021.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, the amount
it was the collective diarrhea dump of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like that, but I was just talking to a friend, Kaizen. I think that was the moment, you know, like when you're really, really sick and then you either like puke and then you feel so much better. I think that was like America's collective throw up. Like, you know, that's it. And then after that, like, at least these things, I mean, I don't know if it's going to get better or worse from here on out, but people like it's like, look, are you waking up yet? If this didn't fucking wake you up, like, I don't know what will at this point, you know. That's the thing.
You know, it's like you look at all these other countries that are helping and that are taking care of their citizens through a global pandemic with an emergency temporary sort of a UBI thing,
right?
And what the fuck is being done for people here? You get some people that are helped with a PUA. And this is where it's like I was disagreeing with Richard Wolff. He was acting like that is who has it the worst off. Workers who are unemployed getting
give me a break.
Away. Right. And it's like, wait a minute. No. How about the people that were fucking poor who had already lost everything and couldn't even qualify for PUA, who were struggling and not making it before this shit happened? you know, and this is why where I say that the communists kind of got it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But the worst off was not the quote workers getting PUA. That includes, you know, the gig workers and stuff. It's the people who legit have no fucking income.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
the only help they
like
got
that.
was
Ex-
a one-time stimulus check, and many didn't even get that.
Right. That's what really pisses me off about like when they talk to me about like, oh, like these workers who are this and that and their pay sucks and this, and I'm like, well, what about the fucking job seekers? There's nothing more freaking frustrating than like going through application after application, interview after interview and shit like that, like over and over again, and never being told why you can't even get your foot in a fucking door, and everybody just is like, oh, well, just suck it up and like, you know, keep a stiff upper lip and shit like that. Job seekers aren't making money, and they're willing to work. So it's like we don't give a shit about the job seeker, but well, yeah, we see, oh, the poor worker. Well, at least they're in something and they're making something. You know.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like as competitive as it is for employment, the gig economy is even worse because it's like you have to be be able to be a fucking rock star just to maybe get somebody willing to pay you for your stuff, whatever it is that you're offering, that you're doing. But it's like in the meantime, you still need to be able to have a way to keep a roof over your head, the electric on, and the internet on, so that you can grow that. And you don't have a fucking runway that's like 2-3 years long.
Right.
You know, until you can build that. And as hyper competitive as everything is, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't getting anything, that aren't even getting a chance, that are disadvantaged. And, you know, that's why, you know, that the whole thing with the means tested programs really needs to go, because the only way to ensure that those who are the absolute neediest aren't left out is to make sure that nobody's left out.
Right. Yeah. It's
means testing to anything. Guess what you're doing?
Right. And that piece of crap Joe Manchin is standing in the way of the 1400. Yeah.
He is an asshole. If you read my book, Classism for Dimwits, I don't think I had anything nice to say about him in there. He was a problem, you know, for the poor in in West Virginia long before now. I mean, he was an asshole when he was the governor of West Virginia. He was always that, you know, and that's the thing. That's why I was saying these problems are just being revealed to the world because of COVID. They didn't happen because of COVID. COVID revealed them so that nobody can say, oh, well, we didn't know. It's like, well, guess what? You know,
kind of like post not like Nazi, you know, Germany, that like, oh, we didn't know all these Jews were being killed until they made them like walk around. And
I don't know. You know, somebody knew something. The engineers that drove the trains to the death.
Right.
The bureaucrats that with the IBM punch card machine. That did the censuses so that the Jews would be brought in from many far-reaching rural areas like the shtetls and, you know, relocated into sealed ghettos and issued ration coupons. There was a lot of people who knew. And when you saw your neighbors getting kicked out of their homes and only being allowed to take one suitcase with them, when you saw them being forced out of their jobs, when you saw their kids not being allowed to go to school, when you saw them not being allowed to use public okay, what in the fuck do you think the Nuremberg laws were setting up to do? It was bit by bit stripping away the right to exist as a person in that society. So, I mean, people can say they didn't know, but it's like I don't buy it. No, I don't buy it. Not
Right, yeah.
I don't buy it. I'll tell you. Well, if I didn't have to have grandparents that were Holocaust refugees to not buy it, I could just look at the evidence itself. That people who did live during that time, when they say, "Oh yeah, we saw the ashes that would settle on everything," and and they would describe the expulsion of their neighbors while they lifted not one fucking finger, and did not speak out. They didn't care because it wasn't them. Maybe
Right.
they secretly wanted to, to see it happen, but they don't want to look like assholes for admitting that.
Right.
But there's so when anybody says they didn't know, it's like, really? You didn't know?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I mean, I don't know if like I was just born with this, but like it was like I was blessed with a sense of like curiosity and critical thinking that like I hardly saw in any of my, privileged friends and like and like my community. I mean, like it was amazing to me that like I'd want to like figure things out, and other people were just so happy to just like shrug their shoulders and walk away. It was like thing, and it's not until you make something a spectacle until people pay attention. But if it's not a spectacle, people in their goldfish attention spans are just like, duh, it's I don't know. It's a sad state of affairs, really. But I actually see though that a lot of millennials are so much more like they can think so much critically, and a lot of the boomers, like they don't have it up there. It's like somehow I don't know what's up, but like it's like the boomers have stopped thinking and caring. But I see a lot of more conscious awareness among a lot of my friends and peers my age than I do in a lot of these boomers. I don't know, maybe like something's there. But
Well, I think it depends on which boomers you talk to, because a lot of women from that generation, they were oppressed. They didn't have opportunities. Blacks from that generation. I think it's a specific subclass of boomers that's been the problem, and that is the ones that who have been most fortunate and or who've had the most amount of privilege.
Pelosi, Trump, like there's also like
macho man. I can't.
Yeah, and there's like what else was
the
there?
Homophobics busting out a fucking dance move to the
right, so dumb. And that thing you said was hilarious. I was laughing at it so much. Duck Dynasty and a guy in a Chewbacca bikini, and how much money are we giving defense spendings, and you can't even defend your own damn capital from a bunch of fucking rednecks and hillbillies, you stupid fuck.
I think it was the idea that it wouldn't be defended. I think it was the idea that there would be a coup,
and it would work.
The country came close to it before. Read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler. I mean, when the World War I vets were protesting and demonstrating and set up a tent city out in front of the Capitol to demand their promised bonuses that they never got from serving in World War I, okay?
Yeah.
And things had gotten bad by the time the Great Depression happened, okay? Which was about a decade later.
I have to share that.
Yeah,
I'm going to interrupt because I never get edgewise here. Okay. I wanted to jump in. You just mentioned Chewbacca bikini guy. Jacob whatever, Chansley. This fucking guy, makes his first court appearance in 4 charges related, blah, blah, blah. His mom says he hasn't since Friday because the detention facility won't feed him all organic food.
How old is he?
I don't know, 30 something.
I mean, I just see him as a clown. I thought that was hilarious. I mean, like that was really really freaking hilarious.
But
what a choke.
what I was
Yeah.
trying to
Okay,
say
now
before I got cut off, what I was trying to say was when this thing went down, there was almost a fascist coup when FDR was elected.
Interesting.
Okay, and FDR, oh yeah. Now, it was called, also known as the businessman's plot. There was a lot of fascist sympathizers in the corporate and in the Wall Street and the banking, the railroad, in the wealthy elite community. A lot. When FDR won the election because Herbert Hoover had done jack and shit for the poor, for the people living in tin shanties in Hoovervilles, and we're talking John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath type of poverty and homelessness, kind of like what we're seeing today in 10 cities.
Right.
FDR won, and it was a narrow win. And he was not initially sympathetic to the poor, to the working class. He was kind of a centrist, corporate Democrat. I mean, he was kind of the Joe Biden of his time. He was from extreme privilege. He was from extreme wealth, right? Now, what made him act and pass the New Deal was there was a strong left, active in this country back then, before the unions purged them. Okay? Every right that people lucky to have union jobs have, they actually owe to the communists in the 20s and 30s who weren't afraid to get in people's faces. Okay. It was actually the socialists who fought for the. Yes, we did have a very strong leftist movement. This was before the great purges happened. Now,
Right.
when FDR was elected, this was before he even talked about a New Deal. It was just that he was not a fascist. And that made him, well, it's like they're calling Joe Biden a socialist, which is laughable today. But these corporate elites, the businessmen, they actually planned to stage a coup, an armed coup. And they were planning on an insurrection to violently remove the lawfully elected president of the United States, who was FDR. And they even had it planned out that they would pick this general to lead the coup. And the one thing that foiled them is they picked the wrong fucking general. They picked a guy that had integrity, and that guy, his name was Smedley Butler. And they picked him because Smedley Butler was one of those World War I vets who got, who was sympathetic to the World War I vets that got cheated out of their army bonuses.
Right.
So, but the thing is, Smedley Butler had integrity, and he was not willing to play ball. So he blew the whole thing wide open so the coup could never happen. So it's not like we haven't seen the threat of this kind of shit, from a very, very large, privileged fascist underbelly in this country.
Right. Did you know there was one lady who was a freaking realtor and a conservative talk show radio host who brought her private jet to the coup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
These aren't people who are protesting any kind of legit grievance about being hard done by economically in this society. These are people who have a vested interest in killing what miserably passes barely for a democracy in this country.
Right.
Nobody should be surprised that they were a student of history.
Right.
I would suggest anybody watching
that's a funny thing. It's like you think it's like some of the 1% that are actually the people who wanted the coup. That's funny because they're always saying like, the poor will like, do something and like attack and thing, but then we're seeing like a little bit of their privilege is threatened and they lose their freaking mind.
And that's what that was all about. And the thing is, this is where Richard Wolff called it wrong. And I left a big commentary that's probably an anthology on his YouTube about that, because he was trying to attribute what happened to an aggrieved working class. And it's like,
No.
it wasn't working class people that could afford $500 a night rooms at the fucking Willard Hotel. It wasn't working class people that were taking private jets to DC. It wasn't,
Now they're all terrorists.
no. And it's like, this was something that was bankrolled. This was not, if this was a truly grassroots movement of oppressed, downtrodden people, led by and made for oppressed, downtrodden people, ain't none of them would have been staying at the Willard. Ain't none of them would have flown a private jet. And ain't none of them would have felt emboldened and entitled enough to attack cops, even cops wearing nothing but little COVID masks and regular uniform.
And there was one video I saw where
because
there
downtrodden
was
and marginalized people
right.
have had it beaten into us that we're not even entitled to basic human rights and dignity.
Right. There was a Capitol cop who hugged one of the people there.
Oh yeah.
they were like friends, you know. It's like, because some of them kind of saw themselves in each other. It was funny, you know, that like that Spider-Man meme where like they're pointing to each other and they're like, "Oh, hey, you're me." So they did the same thing.
People that have a penchant for authoritarianism, okay, whether they're, you know, extreme right or even the extreme left, okay, they have certain tendencies. And one of the things that you can see is the sense of entitlement that, you know, the entitlement to get what they wanted and at all costs.
Right. But then if you want a little bit of like human dignity, they're going to call you entitled, right?
Oh, they'll call you an unlawful combatant. They will take your eye out with a rubber bullet just for being a journalist and, you know, covering the event. They will use deadly force if you're unarmed.
Yeah.
When you have a legitimate grievance. They will order the Air Corps to drop bombs, which is what Warren G. Harding did with the miners who marched from Kanawha County in West Virginia down for the Battle of Blair Mountain and down to Mattawan after the Mattawan massacre. And all that started with, you know, again.
Yeah. You know, we gotta go on Ojeda's new airborne podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he knows, because he's from there. Like, no, but seriously, like, here's the thing, like, even within ourselves. Oh, Annette, are you frozen or are you just no, okay. Yeah. So the thing is, oh, okay, no, you're not frozen. Okay, so here's the thing, because like, you know, you were there too, Jacqueline, but you left, and that's fine. In the Yang Gang Roundtable podcast, we've had like so many people on, but they haven't reciprocated by kind of having us on their things to expose us to their audience. And that's the part that I can't stand. So, Annette, I think if it's really serious, I sent a message to Tom at Nerds for Yang. So hopefully I can be on his thing and I can talk about some of the things that you're going through, Jacqueline. I can kind of signal boost you. And then I can also see if Ojeda, now that he has so many, you know, people watching him on Facebook and on YouTube now, he has about like 4,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel.
Actually, what I don't need is anybody speaking for me. I just need people with a little bit more privilege than me to not elbow me out of the fucking way and let me have a seat and on a platform for just a fucking hot minute.
Yeah, for sure. So I think
I know how to use words, and I know how to form cogent thoughts.
Yeah, so I really think that that we'll use the thing for like Tom and Ojeda, because they're starting to get a little bit of a good audience and stuff like that. So I think I think if they really want to put their money where their mouth is, because it's easy to say that like you support the downtrodden and the hurt and all of that stuff, but then it's like, okay, like actions speak louder than words, and that's where we always see the deficit. We always see the deficit in the actions,
and
it's
there's
like,
never, and it's never the right time or the right place
right,
for a poor a person who is truly poor and downtrodden and disadvantaged. You know, it's
right,
never the right time or place for us to speak up. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
never the right time, never the right place.
It's like, oh,
or
we're busy.
we're never speaking in the right way.
Right. It's disgusting, really.
It's like, people pay lip service to caring about
I remember
downtrodden until they actually have to.
Right. I was in Toastmasters, and I was talking about. Wait, hang. Oh, this is from you. Hello. Is this Uber Eats? Oh, okay.
All right, Ariel's getting food.
Nice. Okay. So the thing is that it's never hang on, I was on a thought. It's like they try to control, you know, how you come out and where you come out and like all that stuff, and it's not freedom.
No, and it's not, anybody who thinks that they have a right to speak for the poor instead of just moving the fuck over and making some goddamn space at the table.
Right.
So that we can speak for ourselves instead of hogging the, space. Then they're not really that's shitty allyship,
Right.
And I call that shit out.
Right.
I call that shit out.
Right.
Because you don't get to use the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized as your fucking poster child out of one side of your mouth, and then out of the other side of your mouth, silence us, shove us and elbow us out of, the way of getting to, have the mic for just 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, more than a minute, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that and then turn around and shit on the poor person within your same organization standing right in front of you who's been pleading for help for months only to be ignored and not helped. You don't get to do all that and say that you're for the poor and the downtrodden, because you're not.
Right. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You get to do that.
It's like this sense of like privilege that it's like that, and it's dang, there was something I was gonna say before she called, but like it's like, it's so. Did you get it on your end?
It says they opened your gift. You invited Ariel, and now you have a promo. What will you order?
Nice.
That depends on what's open at this time of night in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is fuck nothing.
Yeah.
I think it's probably too late to order anything from Sticks and Bricks.
All right.
Damn. Oh man, that's good. But anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's like when people say they are speaking for or helping or being allies to a poor, oppressed, marginalized group or a member of a poor, oppressed, marginalized group, but then they turn around and they punch down on them, or they elbow their way in front of them to have a seat at the fucking table.
Right.
That is shitty allyship.
Right.
Straight up. And I will call that shit out and give exactly 0 fucks about feels when I do it.
Right. And it's the same thing like when it comes to like colleges and telling, students to like do these unpaid internships, or just to be like happy for like, a chance to do something. And even if they didn't get paid, it's okay because they get experience. These are all excuses for being a selfish piece of crap. I'm gonna call it out as it is, and bureaucracies do it, and professors do it, and things, and that's why we have this culture that doesn't like respect kind of like people when they come out and when they want to talk and when they have something to say, and exactly like you said, like it's never the right time. It's always like, oh, I had something happen in my calendar, or like this happened to me, and but then.
Or it's that, oh, we can't talk about that. We need to move on to the next thing.
Right.
I've seen that happen, and had that happen to me. And, it's like I'm getting sick and tired of it. And I'm like, I'm done being polite about it.
Right. But it's always the right time for some stupid shit like something that gets a lot of attention, like some kid playing with toys, or like unboxing of like some new thing, or some rave, or some wild party that doesn't contribute shit to humanity, or some all this non-contributing to humanity, superficial, idiotic bullshit. There's always time and attention for that, but not when it comes to actually helping people who need it. And that's, I don't know, that's just gross.
Or at least not, cock blocking them so they can't ever get to have our voices heard. This movement is not legit if, it's people with privilege that are hogging the fucking mic
all the time
and dictating the terms and conditions of what gets discussed, what gets what the agenda is going to be, and how it's to be carried out. I mean, there are people that could learn a wealth of shit from me, probably enough to qualify for 2 PhDs worth of fucking research.
Right.
Exactly. And I'm not saying that to brag. It's just that I read all the fucking books in the Philadelphia Public Library, and I happen to retain a lot of shit. And, my head is filled with knowledge, a lot from not just being well read, but, and not just from having my college degree, but also from a fuck ton of lived experience. Mm-hmm. And being able to draw parallels and connect the fucking dots without anybody holding my hand and putting the crayon in it and saying, now, Jay, here's dot A, here's dot B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
know what I mean? It's like, well, how many people know about the businessman's plot to stage a fascist coup to take out FDR? Right. How many people know about that? About Smedley Butler?
Yeah.
It's like if more people would have known about that, they would have been able to recognize, that, hey, this country always had this very distasteful underbelly. And it's not a small number, and it has everything to do with the culture and, of everything of the society that's always been. Yeah. I mean, yes, we are like that. We've always been like that. So when people say, well, America isn't like that, bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway. We not only are like that, we've always been like that. And when Richard Wolff tried to blame this on economically aggrieved people, it's like, well, if that's the case, how do you explain the sense of aggrieved entitlement on display in that failed coup? Right. Because truly downtrodden, poor, marginalized people, they don't have that sense of entitlement. When we lash out,
and like how can they even get through the logistics of getting a ticket to DC and like and putting their luggage together and getting even a freaking Uber to the airport? Right.
How many poor people can afford to spend money on a luggage?
Right.
Many poor people carry their clothes in fucking shopping bags or duffel bags.
Yeah. Like that's the thing. Like they're privileged enough to get there and go home and not have to worry about losing that pay for that day of working. And it's like, what the hell, Yeah, it's not right, and it's pretty gross. Yeah.
Yeah, it is gross. And, you know, it's like
And
Richard Wolff said that. It's like, well, because of the power vacuum created by class suppression, by wealth inequality, by social inequality, that enables the fascists to gain a stronghold. But they're not the ones who are doing the aggrieved, violent coups here, you know.
mhm,
And where he got it wrong was trying to say, well, it's all because of this. No, these are the guys who made damn sure there was no functioning left in this country. The left had been purged from the unions back in the 30s and 40s, you know. And then you had the McCarthy era. I mean, there's an entire history
yeah.
where, you know, and that's why, you know, when people say, well, you know, these were workers, no, no. When you
Yeah.
have a country that's a tinderbox that's ready to go full on revolution, and this was the other thing that brought me over to Yang Gang, is having a very good grasp of class analysis and understanding um, systems and structures and institutionalized oppressions. I knew that a revolution could go one of two ways: a hard fascist right or a terrorist pseudo kind of left. And we'd end up with, you know, horrific things like starving of the Ukraine and Azinsky Island. Or it could go hard fascist right, where we have, you know, um, a redux of what went on in 1930s Europe, except worse because of the technology that we have available, that would be available today,
Right.
you know. And revolutions, that's why Andrew Yang's solutions made so much sense, because it's like, if we can avoid things getting to that level, that's what we should seek to do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Well, anyway, it was.
Yeah,
I don't know, Annette. Are you? It's 4 hours. But
probably. I
yeah.
gotta go. I gotta cook. Because there's
Mm,
nothing open here in Erie
mhm,
at this time.
yeah. Yeah. You get the
Oh, I'd
food.
love to.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
So
lot of.
yeah, I did that because anything to kind of like help your situation and stuff. Yeah. And let me see if I can get on Tom's thing and where that goes. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.
Minutes ago.
What? What?
Tom just went live on YouTube a few minutes ago on Nerds
Oh,
for Humanity.
okay, cool. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Okay, I'm gonna let Annette go because I know she's had a difficult day and
Yeah.
she probably needs a rest. And I gotta.
I'm
Get
exhausted. I had no intention of going for 4 hours today.
I have
all,
food I gotta cook,
Yeah.
so I can take my insulin. So I gotta go.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for the whole 3 people that tuned in. You guys are great. Here, let me run the banners real quick. You can step out. I'll run everybody's banners
Okay.
for their
All right.
for
Night
the
night,
end of the
everybody.
show. All right. So if anybody wants to contact me on any of these social media platforms, you may do so. There's my email, yanggangforlife@gmail.com. I pay money for this platform out of my own pocket. And so if anybody would like to donate to my cause so we can continue having 4-hour marathons, you can send a donation. Either I do the messenger pay in Facebook, I do Cash App, which is $ Yang Gang for Life, and I just started a Patreon at Annette the Peacemaker. Okay, so hook a sister up. And then who else was on? We had Jacqueline. Oh, here's Ariel. Oh, but he said he doesn't even do Twitter anymore. So you can just find Ariel at Revolutionary Thinking on YouTube. And then I'm pretty sure I've got a Jacqueline banner. Oh, here's a better one for Ariel that doesn't have his Twitter. Well, I guess I don't have one. I thought, oh no, here it is. Okay. All right, so here's Jacqueline's. Jacqueline has a Patreon. I'm going to let that run a couple times because that just went by too fast. I couldn't read it. But she's just Jacqueline Homan, her name on Twitter. And then her Patreon, if anybody would like to help her out, she has like $20 deals and things like that. So she wrote I think her book was called 99 Reasons Why. So there is that. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I am absolutely exhausted. I may or may not do a show tomorrow. I guess we'll wait and see. So peace out, everybody. Live long and prosper. The claw.